And I'd like to open the August 6th, 2020 school committee meeting. This meeting is being held virtually through Zoom. The town of Littleton began conducting remote participation / Zoom meetings pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law on March 19th, 2020. Since that time, unanticipated legal concerns relating to the open meeting law have been brought to our attention by the town clerk. Those concerns were supported by the Attorney General's office and confirmed by town council. One concern is that the chat function allows a parallel text conversation to a board's public meeting. Chat is essentially running commentary that is occurring but is not moderated or followed by the chair. All participants and listeners may not be aware of comments being made because some meeting participants join by phone and do not see these conversations. Another concern is conversations between residents within the chat room which are not incorporated into the public record. In response to these concerns, the town will implement the following changes, which in no way prohibit any member of the public from participating in discussion and sharing information during a public meeting, and will ensure that all listeners and participants have equal access to this meeting. People that join the Zoom meeting are set so their microphones are muted. If you called in by phone, please use *6 to mute or unmute your phone. So that the meeting can occur in an orderly fashion, we ask the people who join keep their microphones on mute, so background noises do not interfere with the meeting. If you wish to participate in the meeting, please use the raise your hand function available on Zoom, or if you called in by phone, dial *9, which will activate the raise your hand function. The meeting host will notify the chair of the raised hands, and the chair will determine whether and when to allow public comment. When called upon, participants should unmute, then state their name and street. After speaking, we request that participants return their microphone back to mute. All right, thank you. We'll start with the consent agenda. We have minutes from July 23rd, 2020 and oath to bills and payroll.
Make a motion to approve the minutes from July 23rd and oath to bills and payroll is read.
Second that motion.
A motion's been made and seconded. I'll remind the school committee that all votes online via Zoom meetings are roll call votes. I'll start with Matt.
Ed Hunt, yes.
Timolin.
Lynn Rossi is yes.
Justin McCarthy.
Justin McCarthy, yes.
Brad.
Brad Austin, yes.
And Mike Fontanella votes yes as well. At this point, we have the first of at least 2 spots on the agenda for input from interested citizens. We will definitely have the opportunity for interested citizens to comment on the hybrid plans for reopening, which are being presented to the school committee tonight. We will also have a section in the meeting where we will open for questions, general questions on all aspects of reopening in September. And we will also have another opportunity for questions or comments on other topics from the school committee. So at this point, if anybody has anything they'd like to bring forward to the school committee from interested citizens, please use the raise your hand function. Dorothy Malone is our moderator. Dorothy, do we see a couple hands up?
I do have a few hands. I'll start.
Yep.
Aruna Tumbulan. Aruna.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, yeah, that is me.
Could you say your name and your street, please?
Aruna Tumepalli, and we live on Beaverbrook Road.
Thank you.
So is it going to be like a remote? My daughter will be going to kindergarten this year to Shaker Lane School. So I have not seen any notification whether my daughter is a school. Is there a remote option or it's a hybrid option, or what the Littleton schools have been implementing?
Right. We have not made a determination about which of the 3 models we're going to start opening school with. We are having the hybrid models presented to us tonight. This will be the first time that the school committee has had them presented to them. We are meeting next Thursday, and it is our intention to try and reach a determination about what we think the best way to open school in September is next Thursday. And after that, there will be plenty of communication that will go out to parents about what we decided and how that will be implemented as we get ready to open school.
Oh, thank you. So we'll wait for that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I do have one more hand.
Yep.
Rebecca Lewis, please state your name and your street, please.
Rebecca Lewis, 166 Harvard Road. I just wanted to ask whether there's been a discussion if there is a remote learning model chosen about potentially starting schools later. I know there's been a lot of discussion about this and reasons we couldn't because of buses and other things. But if we are just doing remote, is there any possibility and or discussion about starting later for the high school and middle school?
Thank you, Rebecca. As a matter of fact, we had another parent that emailed that exact question in earlier today. I think that what we would like to do is if we make a determination that we need to invoke the remote learning plan, either initially or subsequent to school opening, I think there'll be an opportunity for the administration to definitely consider that. You're right, the primary obstacle to doing it if we're not remote is transportation. There are some other issues as well, but that's the big one. And obviously that would be alleviated if we were in an all remote type of situation. So that is on our list of things to consider as we get closer to nailing down details if and when we do implement the remote plan.
Two more questions, Mike.
Yep.
Mike Colson, please state your name and your street, please.
Mike Colson, 86 Spectacle Pond Road.
And your
Ready for the
question?
question? All right, thank you. My question is for the chair, and I'd like to know, with the hybrid being presented tonight, how the collective voices of teachers are being considered in your decision making. I did see the LEA survey that said 3/4 of our teachers almost don't prefer the hybrid that's going to be presented tonight. So I know how that weighs with my viewpoint. I'd like to know how that's going to factor into your decision making.
The input from the teachers is through their participation in the task force and through negotiation, impact bargaining on the fact that we will be changing working conditions for the teachers. Given those avenues, the school committee will be able to hear what their concerns and determinations are. And that's pretty much the way we would typically do it.
So you're telling me here in Littleton, the impact bargaining that's going to be done, where you'll presumably impact bargain all 3 plans, that the teachers will have a collective voice in which plan Littleton goes with? Because that's not necessarily just the impact bargaining. That's beyond impact bargaining. So I want to make sure I heard you correctly.
The teachers do not have a direct determination on how the district is run. They have input, just as the community has input, but ultimately the determinations that are made about how we're going to run the district, whether it's related to reopening or any other aspect, are determined and ultimately decided by the school committee and the administration.
Of course. So how are you going to take the collective voices of teachers into consideration? Because you were the one who brought up the impact bargaining. But you're right.
Right.
The school committee has the decision there, not the teachers. So question again is, how is the collective voices of our teachers here in Littleton going to be heard and which model is chosen?
It's heard by their communication with us, particularly through the school committee, through the negotiations. It's heard by the administration, both through the negotiations and the teachers' participation in the task forces.
Okay, thank you.
Kathleen Croal, please state your name, your street, and proceed with your question.
Hello, this is Kathleen Croal on 8 Poo Street. My question is, I know that there will be an option that you could send your kid or keep your kid home and have them do the remote learning regardless of the plan that the town goes with. So my question is, if you choose to do so, will there be an option to reassess that at any time? Say in January, everything's going great, the virus is gone. At that point, could we say, hey, I want my kid to go into class now? Is that an option, or is it, if you choose to go remote, you're there for the whole year?
Good question. Preliminary discussions that we've had with the administration, we are definitely contemplating that there would be options to reassess each family's decision about what they want to do. What we haven't determined is what's the right time frame. Is it January? Is it trimester based? We want to think about that when we think about how we want to do which reopening plan we're going to at least start with. We will then start to iron out a lot of those particular details. But in general, there is definitely support for allowing families to not make a year-long all or nothing decision, that there will be opportunities for them to revisit that. On the other hand, if it was the other direction where a family had opted in to the hybrid in-person or the full remote, full in-person, if we go that way, they would be able to opt back out at any point, because that's nowhere near as impactful on the district to support another remote learner as it would be to try to incorporate a new in-person student, because we're trying to balance the numbers in the classrooms and the buildings at any one time. So,
Okay.
and also, of course, if there are particular specific circumstances, one that I heard was if a parent has to go on a business trip and they come back and the family wants to go into a 2-week quarantine, then maybe the right thing to do is to let the students stay home for 2 weeks, but they fully want to be back, then we would consider being able to accommodate them as best we can.
Great, thank you. That's really good to know that if we do opt in, we can opt out at any time. That's good information.
We
as
have
well.
no choice in
Thank
that
you.
regard. There's nothing we could do and nothing we would try to do in that
Perfect.
regard.
Thank you so much. Thanks for answering my question.
Okay.
Arcatane, please state your name, your street, and your question, please.
It's actually Carmen Catane. My husband and I have a high schooler. And the question that I have is there was
Carmen, I'm sorry, just for public record, we require,
sure.
can you just tell us what street?
2 Drover Lane, Littleton.
Okay, thank you.
Start date, there was an email sent out that there could be a possible delay on the original start date of 8/29 because of some training, and that it would be communicated, the new start date potentially would be communicated. Has that been decided yet?
It's actually on our agenda tonight to vote a new calendar. What you're referring to is the Commissioner of the Department of Education, Elementary and Secondary Education, negotiated directly with the statewide teachers unions and reached an agreement that they would delay school opening by 2 weeks and cut the amount of days required for the 2020-2021 school year from 180 to 170. Given that, we have on our agenda tonight a new school calendar to present and vote.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Eileen Wiedengardner, please state your name and your street, please, and your question. Eileen? Eileen, are you there? Okay, we'll move on to the next. Achol Macam, your question, please, and please state your name and your street.
It is 25 New State Road, Achol Macam and John Maniel.
And your name, please.
John Maniel and Achol Macam, two of us.
Thank you.
My question is, I know that we're actually looking into the 3 model. Will the 3 model be concurrently in school season, or it would just, we are working on choosing one model only?
Right now, we're presenting all 3 models under the assumption that any of them could be used at any point during the school year. So it's entirely possible that we would use all 3 during the school year, depending how circumstances unfold. What most people want to know right now is how are we going to start the school year? And even though we might decide to start with one model, everyone should be assured that The situation will be evaluated as we move forward with the, and if we need to reevaluate and change gears, we will certainly be able to do that. The other thing to keep in mind is that if we choose an full in-person or if we choose a hybrid model, there is always the opportunity for families to opt out of those two and to go right into remote learning. There will definitely be remote learning for some families and students from the beginning and probably through, I would think, through the end of the year. What may happen is that all students, all families may be in remote mode if that's what the circumstances dictate at some point. But it hasn't been determined yet how we're going to start the school year.
Okay, as a parent, I think I have some little bit of preservation in terms of if we shift in the middle of the year between the remote learning and in school learning or remote learning, how is that going to impact parents who actually must show up or essential in terms of fighting COVID-19? So is that kind of added into the considerations if you were to shift suddenly for any other reason?
That is definitely a consideration. There's other students and families that for different reasons we may try to keep in the buildings if the circumstances dictate it. I alluded earlier to there are a lot of details that need to be worked out, and that is what you just brought up is definitely one of them. Our assumption isn't necessarily that we're going to totally empty the buildings. There may be circumstances where we feel the need to support particular families in particular circumstances, but we're still working through that. Brad, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, I would. I know we'll mention it throughout the night, but I think now's maybe a good time to introduce the notion that we're going to survey the parents one more time. Now that at the end of this meeting, we'll have had access to all three plans, the details at each school level, and we're going to ask the community to give us feedback on the specific plans. And so gentlemen like the man who's just talking to us can register these specific kind of concerns on that survey. So we'll have them in front of us by the time we vote next week.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you. Andrea, please state your full name, your street, and your question, please.
Hi, thank you for taking my call and thank you for having us do these questions. My name's Andrea Mashad. I live at 3 Lara Street. I guess I have just a couple questions. One, which was in regards to the teachers and the bargaining, the collective bargaining. What happens if an agreement is not reached? What if there's not a mutual consensus between the school committee and the teachers union?
We would need to work with our council to make a determination about what our options are relative to that. There is language that allows, if either party feels that we've reached impasse, there are steps that can be taken, mediation, things like that. But we've never reached that. We've reached mediation in previous negotiations, but we've never reached impasse. So I'm not entirely sure exactly how it would unfold. But we do have counsel that we would consult, and the LEA has union representation and counsel they can also consult in that regard.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my other question is, I'm a teacher in a different district, and knowing that the districts are making their own reopening plans, if my district chooses to go hybrid and you guys choose also to go hybrid, but my son is not going full time, is there something, being a teacher and being considered an essential worker and going back, would there be options for him to go every day, or will he only go on the days that are selected for him in the hybrid model?
Right. As the other person mentioned, there may be circumstances where we understand that the community needs to be supported. However, my concern is that, we're open to supporting as many people as we can, but at what point do we realize, well, now we're just into school again? It certainly won't be at 100%, but at what point do we feel like the goal of being remote or the goal of being hybrid is being co-opted by these circumstances, and, how do we deal with that? We're a small town. I'm not that worried about reaching critical mass in that regard. I think it might be a more relevant issue in larger communities, but the point is valid. We don't have a specific answer to that yet, but it is on our list of things that needs to get resolved.
Okay, thank you so much.
Andrea, could you spell your last name, please?
Sure, it's Michaud.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
We have 5 more questions. Chairman Mike Fontanella.
Yep, that's fine.
Eileen Wiedengarten, your question, please, and your name and your street.
Hi, it's Eileen Wiedengartner on
Here we
Milton
go.
Road. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Great. Sorry about that earlier. I had a technical difficulty. Thank you for hearing us all. I just have a question. I know last night in the commissioner or the DESE had released information on getting courses from both TECA or the Greenfield Virtual School. And I was just curious if we were going to do anything about that, if Littleton had explored it or thought about it, and would it be an option?
That came out, like you said, just last night. We haven't had a chance to take a good look at it. One thing to keep in mind is that we don't feel we're going to be done anytime soon in terms of fine-tuning and modifying and adapting the planning that we're doing. If opportunities present themselves for us to do things better, we'll try to take advantage of it. So that may be one of them, and there may be certainly other things related to other parts of other plans where we might make a change as we go down the line if we realize we have an opportunity to have a more positive impact on our students and staff.
Has the commissioner expanded it beyond tomorrow?
The option to do it?
Yeah, I think the due date was tomorrow.
I think the due date that you might be talking about is for the submission of the of our plans.
Okay.
And we've got an extension on that. We're fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Matthew Ridge, please state your name, your street, and your question, please.
Yep. Name is Matthew Ridge. It's 325 Great Road. And my question is this, is that I've been hearing about these 3 plans and I've been keeping up tabs on them pretty well. But here's the thing, as been expressed before, we do have families here who are not just necessary personnel, but just don't have the ability to stay home with a hybrid system or any system really that's been coming around, because even a full-time system isn't a full-time system. When are we going to, I mean, I know you guys are going to be in negotiations with the teachers and the town, but is there going to be a negotiation with the parents here? Because one parent is going to have to stay home in any of these cases. I mean, we are going to lose between a third to a half of our income just to amuse any of these systems if we are going to do them. Is there even a thought that maybe you're opening a little too early if these are the 3 programs that you've actually thought of? Because honestly, it's either you open and you actually cause a lot more harm to the parents, or you don't open and we go until whenever. I mean, basically, at this point in time, we're running into a situation, at least where I'm living, where if my son goes to any one of these 3 plans, my wife is going to have to quit. And that's a loss of over $30,000.
Yep.
So I'm looking at this right now as a $30,000 penalty just so my son could go to school.
I absolutely sympathize. A lot of us are facing similar issues. The problem for Littleton is that we don't really have that type of discretion. Though the issues that you're raising need to be addressed at the state level. They're the ones who are telling us that they expect us to conduct school the way, we conduct school every year. Obviously, we're going to conduct it much differently than we do. The commissioner has already made a concession that instead of 180 days of school, there'll be 170 days. But we do not have much discretion in terms of starting school. We have to have school. Right now, the state's telling us that. If the state made some determinations about the issues that you're raising and felt that it was necessary to, change the calendar, to suspend the school year for part of the year, then that would be a different story.
And who do we
But the
speak
issues
to?
that you're raising and the things that you're conceivably suggesting are not really in our discretion.
Then who is the person we need to talk to? The commissioner? Which commissioner?
The commissioner of the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education.
Do you know the person's name? Because that's why I'm asking.
His last name is Riley. Kelly, do you want to, Dr. Clenchey, do you want to help me out with that?
Excuse me, his first name is Jeff Riley.
All right, thank you.
When we do decide on the plan we're going to start with in September, we'll be meeting with Park and Rec and also our Tigers Den personnel. And I don't know if we can do anything. We certainly aren't going to have the space to put more students in our schools, but I know Park and Rec has shown an interest to sit down with us to see if we can't help some parents out. But they would also have to find some space, and depends on the age of the children. They would also probably have to hire staff that were certified to offer a daycare if students were that young. So we are thinking ahead, but I do empathize with you as well. But as Chairman Fontanella pointed out, we have a mandate, and that mandate is that we start school on or before September 16th.
All right, thank you.
Davis family, please state your name, your street, and your question, please.
Hi, my name is Kevin Davis, and we live at 35 Whitetail Way. I submitted this question via email and haven't seen a response. It's pretty simple. If we're in the hybrid and we choose option D, which is the remote, is it going to be taught by Littleton teachers or is it going to be taught by DESI? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Kevin, I did not see that question via email. Right now, our plan is to have all of our classes taught, whether it's remote or in person, by Littleton teachers.
That is awesome news. Thank you so much.
Mark Simpson, please state your name and your street and your question, please.
This is actually Heather Stimpson. We're at 107 Great Road. And my question actually has to do with something that was just alluded to. The suggestion that Park and Recs would be able to offer childcare at a cost. How do I reconcile the town saying that they have the ability to provide childcare through one department, but not through another, such as our schools?
Yep. To be honest, that's a question for Park and Rec. We don't know exactly what they're proposing. As Dr. Clenchey mentioned a moment ago, we need to sit down with them and understand what exactly it is that they're planning on doing, where they're planning on doing it, what their safety measures. They'll have to submit their plan to the Board of Public Health, just as we will have to do. So it's a good question, but I think it's a PRCE question, not a school committee question. Brad, you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, I've only seen what's been made public. I don't know anything about their specific plans. My guess is the answer would be that they'll be using different space. And so the children who might be attending the Parks and Rec, whatever programming they would offer, would not be in the school space and therefore would allow the schools to keep their 6 feet different distances and the other safety measures we're putting in place that we're deciding or trying to decide how much capacity the schools can handle, and Parks and Rec may be able to provide some space for kids to do remote learning safely, but those kids couldn't be in the schools and have our plans work. That's just my sense of how it might be.
If there's additional
Heather,
public...
I'll be honest, you've piqued my curiosity. I've thought a little bit about this. It's not obvious to me how they would be able to do that, where the space would be. It won't be in the schools for reasons we all are becoming more than familiar with. And I'm not sure what their alternatives are, given the space that's available in our public buildings here in Littleton. But again, that's really for PRCE to answer and address.
Wouldn't they be making use of public space that would also be available to other groups in Littleton, including our schools? So if there is additional space in town buildings, wouldn't they have the option of moving one class there or something like that to provide additional space for students in schools, or at least in an educational environment with a licensed educator?
So if there was space truly available, it would be an interesting thing to consider. There are issues with it, though. It's not as simple as just moving the kids into another building. We have to bring the classroom to them or with them, the teachers, the staff. But that is really, as far as I'm concerned, kind of a hypothetical. I don't think there is that much space available that would make it more meaningful and allow us to do more in-person teaching than we're projecting that we might be able to do with a hybrid model right now. Again, I said earlier that it's possible that once we get going and we have a chance to take a breath and see how things are unfolding, that we might be able to start to add on, and maybe that's an alternative. But also having a conversation with PRCE to see what they're thinking may open up an avenue that we hadn't immediately recognized.
Thank you. Jaime Miller, please state your name and your street and your question, please.
Jaime Miller, Bruce Street. I have a couple questions. One that might be answered a little bit later. I don't remember hearing them in the Russell Street or the Shaker Lane presentation, but I was wondering how many mask breaks would be offered for the children. So if you want to just save that for later for the presentation, then that's fine. I was also wondering that this spring, DESE recommended 3 hours of academics for students, and I didn't know if that was going to be consistent in the fall if students were home with the hybrid cohort, if it was still going to only be 3 hours or if it was going to be 6 hours.
I would like to ask that the mask break question be answered by each principal as they're presenting the hybrid plans, because it incorporates right in there. So if you guys could just make a note of that if you weren't already going to do that. The question about remote learning time, why don't we tackle, Dr. Harrington, can you lead out on that? What we're thinking about in terms of the number of hours of instruction via remote learning in our plans?
Yeah, I can speak for the high school schedule. And whether it's remote, in person, across the board, or hybrid, we're planning on a typical, as much of a replica of what we ordinarily do pre-COVID. So it'll be a 6 hour, roughly, typical day running from roughly 7:30 to 2 o'clock at the high school in terms of instructional time, or the length of the school day. Of course, with breaks built in, we're certainly, we'll have mass breaks. We also have time for students to have lunch and things like that.
Okay, my kids are in middle school, Russell Street and Shaker Lane, so I was more curious for them.
What are the odds?
Yeah.
I can help out with that. This is Kelly Clun, she's superintendent. When we begin this new school year, we will be required to adhere to time on learning requirements. And what that means is we're going to have to follow our regular schedules in each of our schools.
Okay. I had another question. Will the district be following the Common Core and Next Generation standards for each grade, or following the Power standards that DESE pushed out this past spring? If so, how will all the content be covered if we're only doing half the instruction with hybrid and remote?
We will be required to cover all of the Massachusetts standards, and we are looking at doing synchronous instruction with students when they're at home as well.
Okay, and my last one. Sorry.
Well, you asked about which curriculum, the Common Core curriculum, Kelly. Are we?
Well, I use the. I've moved away from the Common Core, and because the Common Core is in Massachusetts, as it is in most states, have additional standards. So I use the phrase the Massachusetts curriculum standards.
Okay.
Thank you. That's part of the requirement.
Okay, so following the mass frameworks rather than the Power standards that were pushed out through DESE?
That's right. The power standards were an opportunity for teachers for the last part of May and part of June to take a look at the key standards that they still needed to cover in their courses and make sure that they were able to touch upon them.
Okay. And my last question is, has there been any discussion about optimizing outdoor space time with careful consideration to what occurred last fall with the EEE, where we were locked inside until the first or second frost?
We're hoping to be able to have a fall where we don't have to worry about EEE, and we're going to take advantage of outdoor spaces as much as possible. We are looking into the possibility of purchasing some canopies as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Michael Bock, please state your name, your street, and your question, please.
Yes, Michael Bock. I live at 14 Stony Stream Lane. Thank you for taking my question. If space is the main concern, as we've heard from the last couple of questions, both indoor and outdoor, and we need to start thinking outside the box, right? As we've heard from a couple parents, this is going to be debilitating, both economically, socially, etc. Why haven't we called the point? There's currently about 200,000 square feet of open space, right? Party City left. There's about 12 open locations there. That could drastically increase the amount of space that we could use. And it's been vacant for years. I mean, I'm sure the Demoulas family who owns it would be happy to partner with the town and help out. Is that being, I mean, are we thinking outside the box to that level, past tents, past canopies, I mean, we need to be looking at every available building that is vacant at this point, in my eyes, or we're going to see a massive detrimental effect to the Littleton economy, to the state economy, to parents, to everything.
At the moment, we are not evaluating those types of opportunities. There are significant challenges to ramping that type of space up. It's not a turnkey operation. We would have to conceivably, do significant work on the space to make it available to us for school and learning purposes. Beyond that, the idea of spreading ourselves out across the town poses significant challenges. Thirdly, if that were going to happen, it will take a lot of money. We do not have that type of money available to us. We still are operating our budget pretty tightly. No money has come towards any municipalities from the state or the federal government to help the municipalities, or specifically school systems, deal with this situation. We are dealing with it with the same budget that we are expected to deal with a normal school year. So it's an interesting idea, but at the moment we are struggling just to get our own buildings open and ready to go. And we don't have the bandwidth or the money available at the moment to pull off a vision like the one that you're pulling out there. As it would be great, but it's not feasible at the moment, especially not in the time frame that we're talking to start school in about a month.
Okay, thank you.
Kristen Kara, your question, please, and your street.
Hey, this is Kristen Kerr. I'm at 16 Oak Hill Road. And my question is, so I'm planning on leaving the workforce and facilitating distance learning this fall. And so my question is, I know that we had talked about the schedules for the people who are going along with whatever plan is decided on, but for the people who opt for remote, is that also 7 to 2:30, or does that look significantly different?
It definitely doesn't look significantly different. We're trying to create as many opportunities for what we're referring to as synchronous learning, where the remote learners would be participating in the same delivery of the lesson plans that the students that happen to be in the building that day are hearing. And then there will be opportunities for the students, both remotely and the ones that happen to be in the building, if we get there, to do what we're referring to as asynchronous learning, where they're basically working on their own after getting direction from the teacher. But the idea is that even if students are remote, while there are some students that are in the building, the days look and feel the same except for the locale.
Thank you so much.
I'm making it sound like that's going to work great and smoothly. We're not under any illusion that it'll be exactly like that, but this will be the first time we've tried something like this. So we're going to make it work as best we can and looking to improve as we go through the process.
Oh yeah, no, and that sounds wonderful. My only concern was if it was going to be like a, that the remote was going to be, like a 2-hour long thing or whatever. And it sounds like it's going to be fantastic. And I appreciate all the work you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Erin Ridge, please state your name, your street, and your question, please. Erin, you're muted.
Hi, my name is Erin Ridge. My son is entering kindergarten. I live on Great Road, right in the center of town. My question is, I've been trying to reach out to folks about kindergarten screening and class assignments and all that because, as Mike Fontanella said, school starts in about a month, and I haven't gotten any response, and I'm starting to get a little nervous because I know it was supposed to happen back in May, and obviously it didn't for the reasons kind of world went crazy. So just trying to wonder.
Kane. Sure. Our principal at Shaker Lane, Michelle Kane, is raising her hand to jump on that one.
Hi, Erin. I apologize if I missed your email. This has been communicated in some of my weekly emails. We will be conducting kindergarten screening once we determine what plan we open with. I don't want to bring the kids in too soon. So if we were to, say we were to open in a hybrid model, we would have some time there to bring them in at different times. If we open remotely, we can bring them in another way. So it will be conducted. I'm just waiting for our school's determination on how we open. And what was the other question you asked?
Class assignment.
Yep, class assignment. Again, once the determination on the plan that we open with, will determine the classes because there's some different configurations that will take place in each plan.
Okay, thank you.
This is the last question, Chairman Fontanella. They have already asked one.
Promises, Dorothy. Don't make false promises.
Arcatane,
you can't deliver them.
Question, please, and your street.
Hi, it's Carmen Catane again, 2 Drover Lane. My question had to do with actually a comment. My nephews in California, when COVID happened, they were holding regular 7:55 to 2:30 Zoom sessions. So lectures were being held back to back. The kids didn't even know that they were not in the classroom, right, physically. And it seemed like their curriculum was even more rigorous than it would have been had they been in school. So is that sort of what you're trying to emulate, where we're going to have a regular day for the kids, regardless of whether they're in the school or they're behind the computer?
That is correct. As Dr. Harrington alluded, it won't be sitting at your computer for 6 hours getting lectured at by teachers. It'll be a combination of that. A significant portion of the day will be that. It'll be opportunities for asynchronous activities where they can just sit down and do their own work and then come back into the quote unquote classroom later on in the day. And there'll certainly be times for breaks for lunch and other things. That will all happen. But yes, the idea is that they're going to have a full school day as best we can.
Because this past year, I know we were all kind of trying to figure out how to make it work, but there was a lot of optional, if you want to go ahead and dial in, as opposed to mandatory Zoom classes that the kids had to attend. And I think because of that, some kids need more structure and they need to know that they have to be behind the screen. Otherwise, they require the parents to do a lot more micromanaging. And so having that structure and putting that in would be very helpful.
Yep. Nope. That's definitely part of the remote plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more. Davis family, please state your name and your street and your question, please. You're muted.
I'm unmuted. This is Aline Davis, the other side of the Davis family, 35 Whitetail Way. My question is, this is more regarding LMS and LHS. I'm wondering if the synchronous classes that are going to be available for students who are doing remote, is there any plan on having those being recorded and having them stored and available at some other time for the students? Thank you.
Dr. Harrington?
Yeah, I can. This came up actually last night in our parent forum as well. I think that's something that we are certainly interested in. I know that there are teachers who did that in the spring. There are certainly some teachers who are more predisposed to it, and very comfortable with that. It is something that we know we'd have to work out as part of our agreement with the Teachers Association. So stay tuned for updates about that. Did you hear what?
You all set?
Eileen, you
I'm
good?
all set. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
No more questions, Chairman Fontanella.
All right, thank you. That was by far the longest interested citizens at the beginning of the meeting. So we'll see if we can top that at the end of the meeting. We will now move into the rest of the agenda, starting with recognition. Dr. Clenchey, we had graduation last Friday.
I am thrilled that we made the decision to postpone our high school graduation until the end of July. As a result of that, we were able to hold an in-person graduation. Very nice to be able to be together in person, and I'd like to thank everybody that helped make that night happen. There was a lot of work that needed to happen. Of course, we had to practice social distancing and the appropriate safety measures. Our local health board was involved in helping us through that. Most importantly, we were able to see parents and our graduates. I would like to wish our graduates much success as they continue their educational journeys. And for me, it was a real boost to be able to be together as a crowd again. It was very, for lack of a better word, therapeutic. It was nice to see people again, and it was so nice to be able to send our graduates off with the graduation that we wanted them to have all along.
I'd also like to echo those comments to a degree, and I thank the staff, Bill Maher, and I'm just going to call his name out because nobody ever talks about Bill Maher. Bill, I can't guarantee that this was true, but I would be willing to bet a substantial amount of money and take some odds that he was the first one at Alumni Field on Friday morning and the last one to leave on Friday night. He certainly wasn't the only one who put in a long day. LCTV also did yeoman work. They were there all day setting up. It was not a cool day. It was a very warm day. It was a very sunny day. I know Mike Lynn was down there as well. Keith Camo was down there, Dr. Harrington and his staff. It was a significant effort by a ton of people, but they pulled it off. It was a terrific, as good as it could get given the circumstances. Let's not kid ourselves. It wasn't what we wanted, but it was more than a lot of districts have been able to get and a lot of students have been able to get. So on behalf of the school committee, I want to thank all the staff for going well above and beyond, and also LCTV.
Mr. Chairman, Steve Mark, we also had some, and I don't have the names, we had some student volunteers that come down to help as well. So I just want to make sure, I don't have their names, but if you're listening and you know who you are, we should thank them as well. Thank you.
And Dr. Clenchey mentioned it, and Steve, I appreciate that. And even before we had the graduation, the students were a big part of the planning for that. They were integral into the decision-making that led us to wait to see if we could pull something like that off. So they've been along for the ride the whole way. They've been big contributors, and they've definitely benefited from that. So kudos to them. All right, next for recognition, Dr. Clenchey.
Like to, welcome Ms. Lynn Snow, our new PPS director. Lynn started this week with us. We're really excited to have her on board. Lynn comes to us from Haverhill, and she is an experienced PPS director. And as I said before, we're so excited that she's started to work with us. She has had some time to transition with Ms. Muir. And we were thrilled that was able to happen, and they're still going to maintain contact as Ms. Muir starts her new position. I'm going to ask at this time that we bring Lynn forward so that she can say hi to everybody. If you see Lynn around town, please help welcome her. And I'm sure you'll be seeing a lot of her as soon as school starts.
Thank you, Dr. Clunchy. I am very excited to be here. I've had a very busy few days, but it has been wonderful transitioning into the position. I'm thankful that I've had the time to overlap with Justine. That's been immensely helpful. And I'm just really eager to start meeting families, students, staff. That's really what I can't wait for.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Welcome. I would like to ask Dr. Clunchy and Lynn, we did get an email from a parent who asked if it would be possible to arrange a public forum similar to the ones we've done over the last week or so for Shaker Lane and all the other schools, but one that is specifically targeted, oriented towards parents with students with special needs, and to be able to answer their questions and give them a public forum for input on how our planning is relevant to them. So you don't have to answer to that now, but if you guys could just put that on your list, and if we can make that happen, obviously, given the fact that we're in the middle of the planning, if it can happen in fairly short order, that would be terrific. And on that note, I would also like to recognize the efforts of Dorothy Malone. Dorothy has been mediating all of those public forums. She's done 4 in the past, probably less than a week. So we appreciate Dorothy's efforts on our behalf, and we expect more. Thank you, Dorothy.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, moving into new business. One thing we mentioned, we do have to discuss and potentially vote on an updated 2021 calendar. Dr. Clunchy, you want to take us through that?
Sure. Are we going to put it up on the screen, or that might be helpful for the people watching? If we
Yes. There we go.
Thank you. As Chairman Fontanella mentioned, the Commission of Education negotiated with the various state teacher unions, and they agreed to provide 10 days of professional development at the beginning of the year. So what we've done is we've changed our calendar, so the first day that students would begin school would be September 16th. We actually had 11 days with a day that we always have at the beginning of the year for staff, but we had to start on September 16th. So we've taken that day and we've placed that PD day on October 23rd, and that will be a full PD day. That day will be used to reflect on the learning model that we implement up to that point in time. We also have a speaker coming in, most likely remotely, to talk about trauma-informed instruction. The only other thing we had to do, we had a half-day PD day scheduled on September 16th, and we moved that to December 11th. And that's it for the changes. There will have to be some discussion on the curriculum evenings that are scheduled in September. As you can see from the calendar, 3 of them were to take place prior to us having to change the calendar. So we're going to have to rearrange those back to school evenings. So we'll be coming back to you with some new dates once we've had a chance to plan them out. And we really need to know what learning model we're going to implement before we can do that.
All right. Any comments or input from the school committee? All right. Hearing none, we do need to take a vote on this.
Need a motion?
Yes, I need a motion.
Make a motion to approve the revised 2020-2021 school calendar as presented.
I'll second.
All right, motion made and seconded. Any other input or discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a roll call vote. Matt?
Matt Hunt, yes.
Brad?
Brad Austin, yes.
Justin?
Justin McCarthy, yes.
Timlin?
Timlin Rossius, yes.
And Mike Fontanella votes yes as well. All right, thank you. All right, we're going to go into presentations. We'll start with discussion about the HVAC systems. Some questions were raised about how we're doing airflow and air quality at our schools. So I took the opportunity to meet with Steve Mark and Dr. Clenchey and my new friend Jerry, who is the primary technician for our contractor. Jerry has been servicing the Littleton Public Schools HVAC systems for over 7 years. The company that he works for has been our contractor for over 20 years. Do we have the presentation up, Steve? Or Dorothy, I'm sorry. Yeah,
It is
all right,
up.
thank you.
It is up,
Okay,
Chairman.
thank you. All right, hold on, let me just get back to mine. So there is some specific DESE guidance regarding HVAC systems relative to the reopening in September in the response to the coronavirus. A couple of the things that they've asked for are clean ventilation systems and running the HVAC systems for 1 week prior to school opening. To meet those requirements, all of our rooftop and classroom units have been inspected, cleaned, and filters replaced by our contractor this summer. All rooftop and classroom HVAC units are in full working condition. All the rooftop and classroom units will be inspected by our vendor monthly during the 2020-21 school year as opposed to quarterly. Monthly inspections will definitely ensure that all units and parts are clean and in full working condition, and filters will be replaced as needed. And the HVAC systems will be run for 1 week prior to school opening. Some other guidance from DESE was to consider upgrading filters and maintaining ventilation for longer hours. Given that, we have the filters for all our rooftop HVAC units will be MERV 11 or MERV 13 when school opens. Russell Street has been MERV 13 since it was rebuilt. Other schools were operating with MERV 8 filters. The reason that we're kind of vacillating between MERV 11 and MERV 13, the goal is to get to MERV 13, but according to Jerry, the availability of MERV 13 filters is a little dicey right now. The materials required to manufacture them are difficult for the manufacturers to acquire. So minimally, we will be at MERV 11. Russell Street is designed to run at MERV 13, so we'll continue to do that. If we can get to MERV 13 on the rooftop units of the other buildings, we will do that. But minimally, we will be at MERV 11, which is an upgrade from our standard of MERV 8. The rooftop HVAC units at all our buildings will be running at 100% capacity each day during the school day, which is our standard practice, and will refresh air in the buildings. In addition, we will run the rooftop HVAC units at night after all students and staff have departed for an additional 2 hours, and that'll guarantee that fresh air will be in the building for the start of the next school day. Relative to the systems in the classroom, again, the goal is to consider upgrading filters, adjust HVAC settings, maintain ventilation for longer hours, and open windows when appropriate. The filters for all the classroom HVAC units will be MERV 11 when school opens, up from MERV 8. We're in the process of getting through all our buildings and replacing those filters and upgrading them. The classroom HVAC units will be run at a minimum setting of 60% fresh air during the day, which is up from the standard 30% setting. Classroom HVAC units will run at night after all students and staff have departed for an additional 2 hours to provide clean air in the building for the next day. Weather conditions permitting, all classrooms and building windows will be open throughout the school day to aid in circulating fresh air into the buildings. And that's, that happens quite often, but there will be, our custodial staff and our teachers will be instructed to keep an eye on that and make sure that we're grabbing every opportunity to do that. In terms of air conditioning, Russell Street is the only school with central air conditioning. The 3 other schools, including Shaker Lane, have some AC units in parts of the building to help address conditions on hot days. Staff will continue to move students as possible and necessary to these parts of the buildings should conditions warrant it. And the other thing to keep in mind is that with the implementation of remote learning, the superintendent can certainly declare a full school remote learning day for a particular building if conditions warrant it. Hopefully, given the fact that we are delaying our start into the middle of September, we're hoping that at the beginning of the year, we will be able to avoid those uncomfortably hot days. But nonetheless, if we can't, we will be able to respond to that. Sort of in conclusion, all of our schools, including Shaker Lane, definitely have fully functioning rooftop and classroom HVAC units that are running at peak efficiency and allowing maximum air movement throughout the buildings and classrooms. All 4 schools are complying with and meet DESI recommendations regarding air quality. And according again to Jerry, who has been on site on our buildings for over 6 years, Littleton's HVAC systems in all their buildings are in the top 10% of all the school districts that his company services. So hopefully that will help people understand how we're addressing our HVAC units to meet the challenges that we're facing. We're definitely trying to upgrade in terms of the filters and upgrade how we run the systems in order to maximize the benefit of airflow and clean air in the buildings during the day when our students are in there, if we are in any type of in-person, whether it's hybrid or full in-person teaching. Are there any questions or comments from, actually, before I open it up to the school committee, I'd just like to ask Steve Marker or Dr. Clenchey if they have any comments to add to that.
I do not. Just to reiterate, our systems, our HVAC systems are in great shape. They've been maintained professionally for over 20 years. And not just once when something breaks. They're maintained, at least 4 times a year. And to be honest with you, the service technician is in our buildings at least once or twice per week, addressing little issues from a bearing noise to a computer setting that we need to adjust or something to make the system more efficient. So I think our systems are in great shape.
All right, thank you.
And I'd just like to say that when we met with the service provider, we had a great discussion. I learned a lot about HVAC systems and air exchange, et cetera. But one thing that really resonated with me with Jared was that he said to us that our district, all of our schools are within the top 10% for top-notch HVAC systems. So that made me feel really good as a superintendent. And as Steve pointed out, we've used this service provider for many years, and we've invested in our HVAC systems to make sure that they were working to capacity at all times.
All right, school committee. Brad?
Yeah, so thanks for that update, Mike. I know we've all had a lot of questions about it. I'm confident this sounds good, that we have a good system and we're making improvements. I'm not confident I'm qualified to know if it's sufficient. I know it sounds better. I'm not sure if it's sufficient. And some of the things I've been reading, I'm in no way an HVAC specialist, is about the importance of getting fresh air in there. And you said your presentation indicated we'd move from 30% fresh air to 60% fresh air at a minimum. Is there a maximum? Is there a way we could, because that seems, from everything I've read, that seems to be important.
So the 30 to 60% is for the classroom units. The rooftop units are running at 100% capacity all day and at night when we're kind of flushing the building.
So when you say 100% capacity, I'm sorry to interrupt. Does that mean 100% capacity of fresh air being introduced to the building and the used air being recycled out? Is that
so the rooftop units, the exhaust units in the buildings are running at 100% all day long. That sucks the air out of the building. As the air gets sucked out of the building, fresh air comes in through the unit ventilators, through open windows, through whatever doors may be open as visitors come and go. There's always a negative pressure, I guess, to the building because the air being drawn out, there's always fresh air being drawn in through the unit ventilator, through the openings. Whether or not those unit ventilators are running or not, the units are open to the outside air, and that air is being drawn in, even if the motor's not running and pushing the air, is being drawn in through the unit ventilators into the classrooms and into the building.
Right. The 30 to 60% is the amount of time that it's actually running and pulling air, actively pulling air instead of passively pulling air by virtue of being open to the outside. The reason that we aren't contemplating running those at 100% is that, according to Jerry, that's incredibly stressful to the units. They will break down faster if you run them at that much capacity. And he also indicated that the benefit would be minimal at best. Once you get past 60, 70, 80%, you're really not getting a whole lot more because those units are only dealing with that particular space. The bulk of the circulation is being handled by the rooftop units.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Justin, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So thank you for that. I found that presentation extremely helpful. I know as a committee and the administration itself have received a number of questions about the HVAC system. And I think that those stem a lot from just with the unknown as to what the status is. I think maybe the exterior facades of some of the buildings look like they might not be state of the art, but it's nice to hear that the systems inside the schools themselves are running at or above state requirements. And to sort of further explain, I think Brad's question, which I think I've got a pretty good understanding here, like the more outside air you introduce, the fresher the air quality, but the harder it will be to condition the temperature, especially in the winter months. So as we introduce fresh air, that's cold air coming into the building. The systems will work better if it's recirculating warmer air. So it's a happy medium between trying to control the temperature in the building and bring in fresh air. And that's why we've got professionals working the systems, and they'll be above and beyond the minimums. We're trying to achieve maximum air freshness and keep the rooms comfortable for those that might be in the building. Okay.
Yep. All right. Anybody else? I do see some hands raised. We don't typically take public input during the meeting, but given that we're dealing with things that are very stressful and anxiety provoking, I certainly think it would be appropriate to do so. So Dorothy, can you go ahead and facilitate that?
Sure. Matthew Ridge, please state your name and your street, please, and your question.
Yes, name is Matthew Ridge. It's 325 Great Road. I'm not an expert on HVAC, but I did work with a company who did do clean rooms and things of the sort. And MERV 13, as shown there, does a 0.03, basically in microns worth of protection. The problem is that this virus is at 0.125 actually. And the thing is that the ones that are capable of filtering these systems are hospitals. They have anything between an 18 to a 20 MERV. As they said, they are more expensive. But the problem we're going to run into is that even with clean air and everything else, this will work to an extent, but it will not be a perfect fix. I'm not going to say a false sense of security, but this is just going to take care of air outside and circulate the air inside and clean it just a bit. Any viruses that are already introduced inside will just be recycled. This will not protect it unless there is a secondary layer of protection.
Yeah. You're absolutely 100% correct, Matt. And I don't want anybody to think that we're representing our HVAC units as a panacea for what we're facing. The idea is that we're maximizing the circulation of fresh air. The goal is to, turn any virus that might get caught up in the air to get it routed back out of the building. The filters are not designed to specifically stop any particular virus. They're designed to help keep fresh air fresher than it would otherwise be as people in the building are breathing and exhaling. It's the combination of, maximizing the benefit that we get from our HVAC units, along with mask wearing, along with social distancing, along with cleaning the buildings, disinfecting, which is specifically in our plans for how we're going to do that throughout the day at all the buildings. It'll be an aggressive effort, significantly more cleaning done throughout the day than we would typically be doing in terms of actual disinfecting. But you're 100% right. And there really is no way for us to get to hospital grade or clean room grade filtering. The reason that we're at MERV 13 is because those units are specifically, that's as good as it's going to get. The filters that are used in hospitals are used in particular systems that are built to accommodate those filters. Our units and the units in any public building, any public school in Massachusetts, that I would assume, unless they have a lab or some other type of thing program that they do specific, are all dealing with the same issues and the same constraints that we are. We're doing the best we can, but you're absolutely right. We're not providing any type of panacea.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Kathleen Wells, your question, please. And your street, please.
Yes, this is Kathleen Wells, Grove Road. And I'm just wondering if all of the school buildings are MERV 13 compliant for their HVAC systems, or if that's something that's going to cause undue stress on those systems and then lead to failures down the line as we get operating.
So, Mike, you want me to answer that, or?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so right now the current standard for filtering is at MERV 8. We are upgrading to MERV 11 filters because those are what's available now. We have orders in from MERV 13, but you're right where the higher the MERV number on the filter, the more that suppresses the airflow in, so the systems have to work harder to get that air into the building. So we will monitor those systems and take actions as we need to keep those systems running. The goal is to put MERV 13 filters into all units and then monitor and see what happens.
So is that something that could potentially cause a school to shut down from in-person learning?
In the most extreme circumstance, I guess it's possible. We're not anticipating that would be the case at all. If we're running the systems to the point where they can't function any longer, we're not doing it correctly. We would need to back off a little bit in order to keep, as long as we were confident that the buildings the air is being circulated to the level necessary for the building to function, then we would leave it open. But we wouldn't cut off our nose to spite our face to run the system so hard that we only get a few days in and then we got to go out of there again. We will be keeping a very close eye on it. There are considerations relative to upgrading the filters, and Steve was right. So our technician will be in even more often, keeping an eye on them, and the filters will be kept replaced as necessary.
But
we've had instances in the buildings over the number of years where we've had to shut down one particular classroom because there's been a water leak or something, and we've worked with the principals and moved that classroom to somewhere else in the building. So if there's a room that goes down because of the filter and a pump breaks or something happens in the classroom, hopefully we can work with the principals and just move that classroom to another part of the building while the repairs are being done.
Okay, if I could just ask a follow-up question. Are the HVAC systems MERV 13 or MERV 11 compliant, or are they designed to operate at MERV 8?
They're really designed to operate at MERV 8 because that's the standard filter for a commercial type building, and they consider school buildings basically commercial grade buildings. MERV 13 filters, the Russell Street School, when that building was renovated, that system was designed to be MERV 13, and that's what we use in that building. The other buildings, because they're older buildings, are designed at a lower standard.
But your point is valid, Kathleen. They're not designed for higher MERV 8, but they can handle it. In theory, according to our contractor, they can definitely handle it. It will require paying attention to them, but right now, he is advising us that is a good idea to try, and we're definitely going to try it. We think there's a benefit to it that is worth the concern being raised that they're not necessarily supposed to run on a higher MERV rating, but even though they can. So we're going to try it, and we're going to keep a close eye on it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Brad Lang, please state your street and your name, please, and your question.
Hi, my name is Brad Lang, 76 New Estate Road. I'd like to try and make a couple comments and let me know if I'm unable to. But I actually do work for a neighboring town as the HVAC technician for the school department. And just to let people know, the MERV 13 filters are the best filters that you can put in these systems. Should you go into like a MERV 16, 18, or 20, you will actually tax the system, and you will not get the airflow that you're looking for. However, you do want to put the MERV 13 filters in on any air exchange. Up on the rooftop units, typically they have an energy wheel where it mixes a little bit of return air with the supply air coming back in, the fresh air coming back in to condition it. Those need to be MERV 13, but if the town wants, they can actually go down to MERV 10 on the strictly fresh air, because that is just filtering out pollen and dirt particles that don't have the that shouldn't have coronavirus coming in, because it's all fresh air. I don't know if that'll help. I think you said his name was Jared on getting the filters. I know my company, we've been having trouble getting some MERV 13s. So what we actually did is we're getting 3 sets of orders. They're already in place to store at each school. So that might help him getting some filters.
Yeah.
The units sound like that they're running, very well, which is good. And having the same guy and company in for multiple years is awesome for the systems. I do have a question though. Should a unit go down, or not? I guess not a unit go down, but let's say there is you get a positive hit or a possible hit. These systems will, let's say you have a person in classroom 1 that gets a positive hit. The problem you may have is if that happens, you could possibly infect classrooms 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is there anything about that that they would do?
So I'll answer that in a second. I appreciate your comments about clarifying the 13 versus higher and the 11. Our contractor is in the same plan that you're doing. They've ordered 13s and they're going to have some 13s. Minimally we'll be at 11. I think on the rooftop units, we're going to get to 13. The question is when, not if. So thank you for that. In terms of what happens if we have a positive COVID case in a building or a classroom, there are specific protocols being prescribed by DESE that we will be implementing, and we will be working with the Board of Health, who really is the driver on that. Any entity that records a positive case, whether it's a home or a business or a public building, it's the Board of Health who takes over and tells you what the protocol is, what you need to do. It may be as simple as contact tracing for the people around. It may be more specific as to you have to send that whole classroom home, or it could range all the way up to you need to close the building. So those protocols are being given to us and directed by DESE, and we will be working with the Board of Health. That goes a little bit beyond the HVAC concept. It could happen for any reason. Someone might get infected outside the school but bring it in for any number of reasons. So we're definitely working towards establishing the protocols and communicating with them and then executing on them if we do indeed get into a situation where we have students and staff in the buildings.
And we do have the ability to shut down a single classroom unit ventilator if we need to. Not that that's going to prevent the spread if it's in that classroom to other parts of the building, but it would help minimize that spread and give us some time to put those other protocols that the chairman into place.
Now, are they going to be doing a separate COVID room, like a second nurse's station in the schools for a potential COVID case? Or
yes,
they're gonna have
there's definitely plans in place that if somebody presents symptoms during the school day, they will be immediately quarantined, outside the rest of the population in the building.
And will that room be on the regular HVAC system, or will that have its own and separate exhaust fan to exhaust straight up?
Right. There are opportunities in particular buildings to put them into a room that does, like there are nurses' offices that definitely have their own and aren't sharing with the rest of the building. So we're striving to be able to do that when we can. We can't guarantee it in every building, and we're still working out those exact details about where that's going to happen. But that's a good point. If we can do that, we will. And we are actively trying to do that.
Okay. I think it sounds good then.
All right. Thank you.
Andrea, please state your name, your full name, and your street and your question, please.
Hi, it's Andrea Machad again at 3 Lara Street. I just have a question regarding the rooms that don't have windows. So I know that some interior rooms, such as, you know, maybe a speech therapist's office or the assistant principal's office, don't have windows to the outside. How will ventilation take place in those rooms?
Yep, Michelle, go ahead.
So I can speak to Shaker Lane. I know that we are evaluating those rooms, and those teachers, we are looking at finding another location for them where they have windows at this time.
Thank you. And I guess the other question too is, will fans be available in the classrooms? I know like blowers for hand drying are being removed. What about classroom fans?
We're considering that. There's some debate about whether that's a good idea, because the problem is that if fans are blowing and people are breathing or coughing or sneezing, if they you know, through the mask, or the mask is off for some reason, the fan can actually facilitate the spread of those particles. So we do want to consider that. I mean, again, what we're hoping for is that we, starting late enough in the school year, hopefully the idea that we're in a hot day where fans are required, we'd avoid that. But in terms of ventilation, we probably wouldn't use fans for ventilation, because we feel like our systems are up to the task, and, you know, using the windows as much as we can. I think we'll be as good as we can be. You know, I don't think the fans would really offer a whole lot more in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Erin Ridge, your name and your street, please. Is she there? Erin Ridge?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry, I am not computer literate. I'm sorry. My name is Erin Ridge. I live at 325 Great Road. I have a question about air purifiers or air sanitizers, whether those are going to be in the classrooms to help alleviate some of the airborne viruses. I know my father had a valve replacement this past winter, and so he's been very cautious about the air quality in their home, and he went to like Home Depot for $40 and got something to plug in every room to help sterilize the air. Is that something that's being considered?
At the moment, it is not being considered. The direction from DESE and other public health agencies isn't suggesting that is necessary or worthwhile. And the other problem is that the cost to do it would be significant. If we felt like the only way to keep the buildings open was with air purification, we would probably just shut the doors and go to remote until we felt like we could open them without requiring that type of intervention, that level of intervention.
Okay, thank you.
Philip Chila, your name, please, and your street. Philip Chila? You're muted. Not coming on. Oh.
Okay.
Okay, that's the last question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we lowered his hand. Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you, everyone. All right, moving on, presentations, initial protocols for responding to COVID-19 scenarios. Dr. Clenchey.
Thank you, Chairman Fontanella. The first slide that we put up this evening for you to look at takes a look at the 10 symptoms that are characteristic of somebody that may have COVID-19. As you look at those symptoms, you'll quickly know that they are common with a number of ailments, the flu, the cold, etc. But in this kind of situation, we cannot let our guard down. So the protocols from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education are very explicit in If people have any of these symptoms, there's a couple of there that they say in conjunction with, and we would certainly take that into account. But we would ask them to get tested for COVID-19 right away, and we would ask them to isolate and certainly not come to school.
Dr. Clenchey, can I interrupt for 1 second? Is it possible to magnify that a little bit? I am getting really old.
Sure, I'm glad you said that. I was squinting.
Yeah, that's usually your role in meetings, but I thought I'd try it this time. Thank you.
One moment.
For those on Zoom, there is the view options button at the top that you can do original size or magnification, just so that you're aware, and we'll try to do the technical on our side as well.
Oh, wow, I see that. Oops. Much better. Did that work for you, Brad? Okay, good. So as I was saying, it's imperative that if a student or staff member has any of those symptoms, that we have them tested, and they would not return to school until the test results were known. If they had a negative test and they still were symptomatic, we would ask them to stay home until they were symptom-free. When they came back to a school building, they would also be screened before they were allowed to come back into classes. You'll also notice on this page that they do provide a list of testing sites that are available. There's been a lot of talk about rapid testing, and again, when you talk about COVID-19 tests, I'm certainly not an expert in this area, but there are definitely, they're not 100% reliant, and we want to make sure that people who have symptoms are able to access the test with the best results. There's been a lot of talk about rapid testing. One thing about rapid testing is you get those results right away, the same day. That would certainly help if somebody tested positive for COVID-19, because then we could work with the Board of Health and start the process of contact tracing immediately, which is really important as well. Could you go to the next slide, please? Back one, please. Thank you. So this slide just is a table that it summarizes what one should do if somebody is symptomatic. And again, I've already talked about testing, and if they're negative, they would return to school once they were asymptomatic for 24 hours, and we would do a screening prior to admitting them. If an individual tests positive, right away, the Board of Health and their staff, and they have assistance with community tracing collaboratives, would start the contact tracing. And those people that were considered to be close contacts would also have to be tested as well and be isolated until those test results were back. If they were negative, they could come back to school with screening, of course. If they were positive, they would follow the same process. Again, they would stay at home until they were symptom-free of COVID-19. And the table down below it's a similar scenario. So it's important that the public know that we're going to rely heavily on the experts when it comes to dealing with any potential cases of COVID-19 within our schools and community. We're certainly hoping that we're COVID-free, but we can't assume that's going to be the case, and we have to have stringent protocols in place to do everything we can to keep everybody as safe as possible. Could you go to the next page, please? This document talks about protocols for potential school closure. And if we ever had a positive case of COVID-19, we would be relying on the Board of Health staff to provide guidance to us in terms of what we should do. What they look at for contact tracing is anybody that's been close to the individual that's tested positive for COVID-19 within 6 feet for 10 to 15 minutes or over would be considered to be at risk and would require to be tested. There are various scenarios, depending on whether the classroom is self-contained, et cetera. Those individuals that were considered to be close contacts would have to quarantine and be tested. And the results of that test would determine what process would be followed. There may be instances where if the cohort is moving around the school, it would require more students or staff being tested and self-isolated until those test results were in. The document mentions a 14-day quarantine period. That's pretty well standard CDC guidelines, so we'd certainly adhere to that as well. Our school nurses have met with the Neshoba Health Board's community nurse and have started conversations about screening process, et cetera, so that we have clear direction in terms of what kind of screening should be done. Bus drivers will be trained in screening. All of our staff will be trained in screening processes as well. And it's interesting on this page, it also states that if we are ever at a point where we decide to close a school for a number of days, that we need to contact the Department of Education, have a conversation with them about that. My take on that is it would be a notification if we feel that it's in the best interests of our students and staff and community to close our schools as a result of concerns for COVID-19 spread. That's what we would do. And again, we'd be relying very heavily on the guidance from our Board of Health. If we did have a positive incident in our school or in a classroom, we would immediately shut that classroom down and deep clean it. We have fogging machines that we use, and that classroom, according to the guidelines, could be used 12 hours after the deep cleaning was done. And that's all I have for now on that topic. We will be meeting with the Board of Health and making sure that we are all on the same page in terms of protocols moving forward. Of course, it will be depending on what remote learning plan that we implement. If we take a look at in-person or hybrid, those protocols are going to have to be in place right away. Even if we were to do remote, a number of our staff would be in our schools teaching every day in their classrooms, so those protocols would also be in place as well.
All right, thank you. Any comments or input from school committee members on that? All right. Yeah, Brad, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's helpful to get the guidance from Desi, and I was glad to see that. I'm wondering about the kind of contact tracing and how in the protocols, if we can kind of game this out for a second. If a student is diagnosed with COVID-19 at home, but has been in the classroom on a Tuesday, was in the classroom yesterday, how are we going to actually staff this? I mean, how are we going to make the phone calls, get in touch with parents, communicate? Can you walk me through how it would actually work? I mean, what they've written makes some sense, but I want to get a better sense of how we would do it.
Well, the contract tracing would be done by Board of Health staff, and they would work with us they would be not only helping us identify, but they would be contacting those families of students and the staff if they were close contacts. We would be sending letters home to parents. If it was a classroom, we would send a letter home indicating that we had a positive case of COVID-19 in that classroom. Obviously, there would be no self-identification. And if the containment or the cohort grouping became larger because of moving around the school for various classes, et cetera, we would send a letter to all families that could have been potentially affected by the COVID-19 identification.
So again, just playing this out, imagining, God forbid, my fourth grader who's in a pretty tight cohort, she's only with her group of 10 or 11 students, but she comes home and she has dinner at our table with my high schooler who is interacting with much more cohorts of students. How far out does the kind of you need to stay home and isolate and watch work? Does it apply to my high schooler but not her classmates? Does it apply more broadly?
I mean, I don't have a definitive answer to that. I would be relying on the experts to determine how far down that chain would be reasonable to assume that they would not be considered a close contact.
And I think the thing to keep in mind is that those types of determinations are initially the purview of the Board of Health. They're the ones charged with handling outbreaks in the community, whether it's at school or in any other capacity. Having said that, we can certainly facilitate and partner now. We would fully expect to, but the question you're raising, Brad, is extremely valid and vexing. But I don't think that we can answer that because we are not the Board of Health and our administration is not trained in being able to make those determinations and evaluations. So I think that it's important that we get with the Board of Health and start to flesh all those out and be able to communicate that to the community so that we all understand, and they do, what we think is going to transpire if we get to that situation.
Great. Thank you. And those conversations are ongoing. We're starting to communicate with the Board of Health. Is that right?
They've already started. Our health have met with the Neshoba Regional Board's public health nurse. I've had a number of conversations with the executive director of the health region as well. I have reached out to them to, I guess I'm going to designate as a superintendent request for a meeting with them and with school committee members to start talking about the protocols that we will be using within schools in the community. They should be the same. And I think it's important that we have that conversation together so that we're all informed.
Thank you.
And I don't think this has been explicitly stated, but beyond the protocols for dealing with the potential spread or infection, the Board of Health has to sign off if we decide on a plan that has some component of in-person instruction. The Board of Health has to sign off on that. We have to present that to them. They have to evaluate it. They have to sign off on it. So they're definitely a player sitting at the table with us, and their contributions will become more pronounced as we get closer, if we do get closer to actually executing on a situation where we have students and staff in our buildings.
Great. Thank you.
Before we could hold an in-person graduation, we had to have our safety plan signed off by the Board of Health.
All right, are there any other comments or input from school committee members? All right, I don't see any hands up. I will offer it to anyone if they would like to comment on Dr. Clenchey's most recent presentation there.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to move into building principals giving us an update on the hybrid learning plans. We've heard from them on the remote learning plans and the full in-person learning plans at our last meeting. This will be a presentation on the hybrid learning plans. So how are we going to kick this one off?
I'll kick this one off for us. Thank you, Chairman Fontanella. So before we begin this evening, Dorothy, if we could get those slides up on the screen, please. Thank you very much. So before we jump in, I'd like to note that the hybrid plans, as Chairman Fontanella just said, are still in the draft mode at this point in time. So with that being said, let's dive right into them. Next slide, please. On this slide, you will see the continuum of fall reopening models on the right there. So as we know, the far left option that is on this visual is the back to school without restrictions, which is not an option at this point in time. So therefore, we have the three options that are in blue turning to purple that are on the right there. Those are the in-person, the hybrid, and the remote models. These models reflect the three plans that the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education is requiring all districts in the state to create the plans for. So at our last meeting on July 23rd, we gave an overview of the in-person and the remote plans. And this evening, we're happy to provide an overview of the hybrid plan. So prior to principals diving in and explaining the hybrid models at each of their schools, I just wanted to share again the general expectations that you will see included in each school's hybrid plan. And it's important to note that these expectations were generated from lessons learned from the spring, from student, staff, and parent outreach and input, as well as guidance from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. And so you can see on this slide a couple of those key tenets or principles, expectations that we will hear about in detail within the principles explanations this evening. So they include daily connection with all students, collaboration with students and families, the use of high quality curricular materials, instructing the full grade course level standards, following a regular daily schedule that meets the time on learning requirements, which we've already heard this evening is adjusted for this upcoming school year, and also having a 5-day rotation. Next slide, please. So here you can see the specific expectations that we've set forth at the district level for all schools with regard to the hybrid plan. Again, these expectations were formed with our lessons learned in communication with students, staff, and families, as well as state guidance. And so the expectations here for the hybrid plan is that for any in-person learning, we're sticking with the 6 foot of physical distancing. We are also replicating the connections made during an in-person school day, planning for providing timely feedback to students. There needs to be a plan for assessing student work, administrative access to all Google Classrooms, planning, there's a plan for tracking attendance, addressing parent-teacher conferences to make sure that we have that, to have open communications, and participation is required pending student family ability. As someone mentioned earlier this evening in the spring, there was a little bit of optional time. That ended as soon as last school year ended. The optional, there is no option now. We're picking up a new school year, and so it is required school and required learning. So at this time, I'd actually like to hand it off to the principals so that they can dive into their hybrid plans with a little bit more detail. So we'll start off with Shaker Lane. If we can go to the next slide, I will pass it off to Principal Mrs. Michelle Kane.
Thank you, Beth. So the presentation that we have tonight is a little bit more of the skeleton view that we presented last week to the parent forum. So just so everyone knows, all of our preschool and transitional classrooms will attend school every day, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And our task force came to this this conclusion and this plan for our preschool and transitional classrooms for a couple of reasons. In talking with our preschool teachers, they strongly advocated that we need to provide as much support to our students in our integrated preschool as possible, and also looking at the guidance from the special ed department of DESE, saying that we need to support our preschool students and most vulnerable students as much as possible. So that is the reason our preschool students will come Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And just to talk a little bit more about the preschool program, typically our half-day program ran Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So this is a change to that program. We are running both of our morning classes in each of our preschool rooms. And our afternoon classes at this time, we are proposing to combine those classrooms and hold them in a separate room opposite of in a different room located than the AM classes. Again, that will be determined on participation and number of students who possibly could choose remote learning or opt out of our preschool program. Our full day program, our 4-day full day, and our 5-day program will run as we talked about earlier. The biggest change to our preschool program, I just want to point out, is that we are moving all of our preschool classes to Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Our community peers in the full day programs, which would be the 4-day and the 5-day program, would leave at noon, so we could provide more direct, specialized instruction for our students with disabilities in our integrated preschool. We had proposed an inclusive preschool plan for this fall, and that is postponed right now due to the health and safety guidelines that we have to follow. Our targeted instruction group will take place in the afternoon when our community peers leave from the 4-day program and the 5-day full day program. And we potentially might have to reduce the number of community peers in our afternoon program. Again, that will be determined once the survey results are shared on how many students are attending. Our transitional classroom, the reason we came to a full day determination with them Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday is there are lesser students than a typical classroom, and to cut that classroom in half would be about 5 to 6 students per class. And it just doesn't provide for a lot of differentiation. Again, this is a classroom that is designed between kindergarten and first grade to give the gift of time. So having those students in more regularly, on a more regular basis, is what our group decided to do. And we also talked with the classroom teacher for that program as well. Our kindergarten, grade 1 and 2 classrooms will be divided into an A group and B group. So half of the class is A, the other half is B. Group A attends in-person learning on Monday and Tuesday, while the B group is remotely learning on those 2 days. Group B will attend school on Thursday and Friday, while Group A is attending remotely on Thursday and Friday. All students will attend remote classes together on Wednesday, and both synchronous and asynchronous learning will take place when students are working from home. Dorothy, could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. This is a big question, and as a parent, I would want to make sure my children are on the same schedule. So we are making every attempt possible to keep siblings on the same day. So if there's a kindergartner and a second grader, we want them to come, Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday. So that is our first charge that we are working towards. Then there are some pockets in pod learning that we have heard from families about. We will try our best to work with those families as well, but we can't guarantee that those cohorts can be intact as much as the siblings. Other considerations for our students with disabilities, we want to provide as much in-class support as possible. So there may be a student in Group A that would need to come Thursday and Friday, and we'll be talking about this with our Director of Pupil Personnel, Lynn Snow, on which students need additional instruction and need as much support as possible. Again, we're looking at our most complex and significant needs students to provide as much in-person learning. So they may potentially come Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. The kindergarten hybrids plan survey, we heard from parents that they're getting 2 days of in-person learning and 3 days of remote learning. It was pretty heavy on the remote learning side. So we are surveying parents at this time. The survey closes on Friday. It went out earlier this week to see if there is an interest to just have a half-day program. So we do have a lot of results coming in for families. And it's a possibility that we can offer a half-day program that would run Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday in person. The students would learn remotely Wednesday morning. And that would run on our half-day schedule, which is typically 8:50 to 12:15. More information to come about that to come soon. And just a reminder that full remote learning is an option in both this hybrid model and the in-person model. And mask breaks. I have that note here, Mike. So mask breaks, we have 2 to 3 mask breaks per day. Again, I think that needs to be, that's what we have, right? That is our plan. But if our kids need more, then we're going to give them what they need. So if we need to have 4 mask breaks, we'll have 4 mask breaks. What we're designing and what happens in practicality, we'll evaluate. Thank you, Dorothy.
Thank you, Michelle.
Move on to Russell Street.
Good evening. The Russell Street hybrid model is constructed with several goals in mind. Our primary focus was to create small cohorts of students and to reduce the total number of exposures for each student and teacher throughout the days and weeks. The Russell Street hybrid model is a mix of in-person learning and remote learning, as you maybe heard in the parent forum on Monday night. Each grade will have 2 groups. Each grade level will have 2 groups, an A group and a B group. Next slide. So for example, when I speak about A groups and B groups, and this is just an example, our model would be the A group will attend school on Monday and Tuesday in person and have remote Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And our Group B will have in-person learning on Thursday and Friday, and we'll have remote learning Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I'm using grade 3 as an example, and none of these pairings are exact. It's just an example, but what we have in place at Russell Street would be in our hybrid model for teachers to pair up So you can see in this model that 3 third grade teachers would be in the group A model and 3 third grade teachers would be in the group B model. The really important part of our model is that the teachers will be pairing up. So you can see in this model, for example, Jess Schofel will pair up with Anne Marie Soares, and they will additionally be paired up with a learning assistant. So we are able at the Russell Street School to have 6 feet of distance in all of our classrooms. So we would, in our model, we would want to bring the full complement of students, I'll use 20 as a round number, into school each day, but we would spread them into 2 classrooms. So for example, on a Monday when Jess Schofel is teaching her 3rd grade class, 10 of her students would be sitting in her classroom in front of her, and 10 of her students would be across the hall in Anne Marie Soares' room with a learning assistant helping to supervise that room. After the Monday, Tuesday with Jess and her students, the building would be cleaned on Wednesday. There would be no staff in the building on Wednesday. And then Anne Marie Soares in reverse would have on Thursday and Friday her cohort of students present, 10 students in her classroom and 10 students in Jess Schofel's room. And that's essentially our model. Next slide, please. So in the 2 in-person days, all of our safety protocols would be in place just as they were outlined in our in-person model. So all of the safety protocols in place. On our 3 remote learning days, all students will follow their individual schedule just as they had on Monday and Tuesday. It was very important. We listened to the survey results from parents. They really wanted their children to have a full day. They wanted their children to be able to follow a schedule, to have full group classes with their teachers, but also to have small group interactions with students and also small group instruction with their teachers. So our students would be expected to start their day at all grade levels, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, with a class meeting in the morning, just as they would in a typical school setting. Attendance will be taken during that class meeting. Students will have a variety of full class meeting time where all 20 students are taught by the teacher. They'll also have small group meeting times where perhaps 6 or 7 students work with the teacher while other students are working independently. And other students can receive support. There are scheduled breaks for masks and scheduled breaks just for movement scheduled for our students. They would also be expected to end their day in a class meeting as well for all grade levels 3, 4, and 5. Special education services and all of our intervention services will be scheduled. They can be scheduled during whole group lessons, small group time, and within each student's individual schedule. We really worked hard at Russell Street to create a schedule that we could utilize in all 3 models. So our schedule looks very similar in all 3 models. And we looked not only horizontally in our schedule across the days, but from morning till afternoon to ensure that in a remote model or in a remote day, in a hybrid model, that students did not have a lot of independent work time, some, but not a lot. And we were able to successfully manage that. All of our schedules at Russell Street have gone out for teachers to view and give information back and feedback to the task force about. And at this point, all of the teachers, including our special education and interventionists, are very pleased and see a lot of value and promise in the schedules that we've created. There, I suppose I should say there was mass breaks built in. If I didn't say that, there are mass breaks built in at each grade level. I think that's my last slide.
All right. Thank you, Cheryl. We'll go ahead with the middle school schedule. In many ways, it's not really much of a departure from what you've seen from Russell Street and Shaker Lane. The middle school as well will divide students into A and B groups. Group A will attend classes in person on Monday and Tuesday, Group B on Thursday and Friday. Similar to Russell Street, we have a flex block that we normally have to start our days, a 30-minute block, which is used for opportunities for students to get extra help, complete homework assignments, tests, those kind of things. What we're going to do is we're going to take that 30 minutes and we're going to break it in half, 15 minutes in the morning and 15 minutes at the end of the day. And this time will be used for building relationships, team building activities, these kinds of things as we start the year. Building those relationships is so important. And so we want to make sure that we provide opportunities for that to happen, both in the start of the day and at the end of the day as well, especially at the beginning of the year, because the social emotional aspect of what we're going to be dealing with students who have not been in a classroom for 6 months, we really want to make sure that we are taking the time to really get to know our students, but also checking in to see how they're doing. You know, it's one thing to grab them when they're in the morning and ask how things are going, but it's another at the end of the day or vice versa. So we want to make sure that we provide that time. When they're not working, when they're not in class, they'll be at home. You know, what that model looks like specifically, you know, still to be determined, whether it's synchronous, asynchronous, a combination of both, live stream, you know, we'll certainly ferret that out as the days and weeks come on. And students will attend, all students will attend classes virtually on Wednesday. Like you heard with the other schools, we're going to do everything we can to schedule siblings into the same groups. I don't foresee a problem, but I don't want to make that promise just yet until we get into the little granular details of the schedule. But we're going to make that determination, and also to keep students in cohorts as much as possible. One of the things about the middle school schedule is because students have choice, leveled math classes, different language classes, different opportunities in UAs. There's really no way just to keep everybody in the same room all day long. So there is going to be some movement. The goal that it will be for us is to determine how we can group students effectively so that they are mostly together as a group with the least amount of movement possible. Next slide, please, Dorothy. So one of the things that I showed at our last meeting, and I just want to come back to because I think this is a real important part of this plan, is really setting the level of expectation for what we want to see in the middle school when students arrive. So some of this is basic stuff, compulsory attendance, masks, but from students, what we really want to make sure at the middle school level, because there is a certain amount of independence that comes with being a middle schooler, is making sure that the Chromebooks are charged, that students have their materials ready, that they're completing their homework. Anything that they don't finish in class becomes homework from that evening, and that they're able to take their materials to and from school. You know, so if they're in a Monday, Tuesday cycle, that they're preparing to take their materials back on the next Monday and Tuesday. And these are all things that we're going to have to prep students for and work with them on in those early weeks to build those routines and those habits. Educators have responsibilities in this as well. Returning our grading policy, your late work, homework to pre-COVID expectations. And one of the things that we heard from parents was really about making sure that there was a defined schedule for assignments, homework, classes, that it was easy to access, and so we intend to do that. And part of that is really making sure that we have clear and consistent communication with our families and developing within the building protocols regarding attendance, work production, and even logging family communication so that we're making sure that we're reaching out to everyone, not just the same group of families every time. Next slide, please. Our administrators, myself and our assistant principal, Matt, have responsibility as well. We want to establish a series of town hall events, grade level wise, to get ready for September so we can ask questions and get feedback specific to grade levels within our school. Really enhancing our weekend update to make sure that all grades are really giving as much information as possible so that parents aren't trying to look in several different places for information, but really sort of trying to bring everything together into one format. Streamlining communication is going to be a real challenge. One of the things that we heard from parents consistently was that they were getting bombarded with, 8 different emails from 8 different teachers, and that can be a lot to read and a lot to sift through. So we're going to look at how we can streamline that communication so that those emails, those phone calls, are manageable for our families and for our educators. Using the time that's been given by the state, we want to make sure that we really create effective professional development opportunities. We want to make sure that our teachers on that first day of school are ready to go. And so using that time wisely is going to be real important for us. And also, in enhancing our two-way communication. We want to really develop that partnership. And while we feel like we do have a good partnership with our families, it can always be stronger. And so one of the things that we're really going to look to is how do we increase that? How do we move parents from the spectator role in our building to, a real part of the process through that two-way communication? Next slide, please. And we also have some things that we're going to ask families for. And this is going to be real important for the middle school because it is going to be different than the experiences at the elementary schools. One is to establish routines at home to support online learning, whether it's a full remote or a hybrid. There's going to be a remote component to it. And so one of the things that we're really going to ask families is to provide a quiet space, if possible, in the house. To build a routine in terms of bedtime and wake time so that students can be up and ready to go for classes. And that when they are there, they're awake, attentive, and ready to go. That students are attending classes regularly. That they understand that this is school now. This is not like it was in the spring, that we're going to try and mimic a real school day as in a regular school day as much as we possibly can. We're going to ask that if families become familiar with Aspen and Google Classroom. These are two of the forms that we use for families to be able to check up on student progress, homework assignments, communication, grading, feedback. So the more proficient families become in these platforms, the easier it'll be for them to know what's going on, and easier for students to work with their families for that kind of support. We also, obviously, one of the things that we're going to really ask for families to do is to prepare students to wear their masks full time. With a month to go or a little over a month to go before school starts, some of our students are used to wearing masks regularly and for extended periods of time. It's my assumption that many have not. So as we begin to move forward, asking families to have their kids wear the masks for a few minutes at a time, and then increasing that time as the days go on, so that when we do get to September, students enter the building and they are ready and used to wearing the mask for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours at a shot. We will build mask breaks in there. We have 3 that we've identified to start, although we can certainly add to that as teachers and students need. One during our UA period, one during a regularly scheduled on-team class, as well as lunch. My guess is we'll have more of these to start the year, and then as the year goes on, students becoming more and more used to wearing the masks, we may need fewer and fewer of those mask breaks. One bullet point that's not on this list that I want to add, though, is also that families prepare a plan for pickup. If a student should become ill or showing symptoms, that families have a plan in place so that if we do call, that if they are at work, that there's somebody else that can come get the student, or there's some kind of network so that students aren't just sitting in a quarantine room for the rest of the day, but that they have a way to be able to get their students and take them home if necessary. So the school day itself, the structure, the schedule will look a lot like a full return, but in many ways, the remote components that we've built in are going to become a part of the everyday experience at Littleton Middle School. Thank you.
Dr. Harrington?
Yes. Good evening. Thanks, Jason, for leading the way. Actually, a lot of what you said and what Cheryl said, and of course what Michelle said, applies here, because there's been this real cohesive approach across the district to have elements of the plan. I know Beth outlined that at the beginning, so I'll try to be as brief as possible as we go along, there will be some repetition, of course, from the previous plans, because you're seeing a merger of the remote and in-person plan here with our hybrid plan. I just want to give a shout out and thank you to our task force members who were instrumental over the last month in helping to develop our plans. Also, as has been mentioned previously, all students will be divided into A and B groups, so you could call them blue and gold. Group A at this point will attend the school in person, school day, or on campus and in person on Monday and Tuesday. Group B will attend in person on Thursday and Friday. We have adjusted our schedule. I've mentioned this at previous presentations. It's the same schedule from the previous presentation about the 4 blocks. All students will attend classes remotely on Wednesday. Students working from home will participate in synchronous and asynchronous learning opportunities, and synchronous learning will occur during the regularly scheduled periods. And just to give another highlight, and Jason spoke a lot about this too, we're really looking to sustain connections, engagement, and learning with clear routines, structure, and a set schedule. We really want to be responsive to the feedback we've collected based on the spring experience from parents and students and staff. So we've incorporated a lot of a lot of things. Like I said, I adopted a new school schedule of 4 extended learning blocks for the days Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And then we have all classes meet on Wednesday. And we'll also have an extended advisory on Wednesday to build on, address some important topics or things that are related to school culture. There might be some special presentations during that extended advisory. We also want to emphasize our social emotional learning component, embed that into the extended advisory as a real focused time for that. Of course, as other principals have mentioned, we'll adhere to all the health and safety protocols, and there will be enhanced protocols for managing staff attendance. So thank you for this slide, Dorothy. The student experience, teachers will, as part of that, teachers will provide beneficial formative feedback, numerical letter grades for student growth and learning. Teachers will provide live video and audio access to students who are remote. And one of the questions that came up from a parent, I think even tonight, was, will there be a set schedule with established times? Absolutely. There'll be times where students are mandated and required to be in class, whether they're, regardless of where they are remotely. We will also have firm due dates related to assignments, and there'll be, as I mentioned right at the top of the slide, grades. Dorothy, could you just go back to the previous slide? I just want to make sure I didn't skip anything. I think I did gloss over the attendance there. I just wanted the public to see that a little bit, and just take a moment to comment. Teachers will note attendance in Aspen for each class meeting. Students attending classes remotely, of course, I've already said this, are required to attend live classes. As mentioned by all the previous principals and at the previous presentations, all the health and safety precautions will be in place for in-person learning. And face mask coverings, will also build in mask breaks for sure at different points. And we will have a variety of signage throughout when students are on campus, for students to mark where students are to be spaced as they go down the halls for transition times between the mods that we have on campus. We really want to look at how we conduct hallway traffic and minimize the typical gatherings of students that are just so common in high school. And of course, they look forward to that. And that's sort of a disappointing piece. But, with masks and appropriate distancing, they can still gather together. It will just be at a distance and with protective face coverings. We also want to mention, and I've done this at the previous presentations, that there will be established rules for Google meetings and Zoom sessions. We're gonna have to update our student handbook a bit to address the remote component so that there's clear expectations. I think the middle school has done a nice job of that in laying that, and we've presented on it too, about there's certain etiquette to being online and being a full engaged participant remotely. And there's going to be a learning curve for our students. So we'll work together as part of our first faculty meetings as well as our first classroom sessions about enforcing those rules. And then just to sort of wrap it up, I don't want to neglect the special education component of this. We will collaborate, all the teachers will collaborate with the special education staff and related service providers to ensure the delivery of modifications and accommodations for students on IEPs. That's going to be, I'm really proud of our special education staff and the amount of effort they've already put into this collaboration. They were instrumental in carrying a lot of kids through the spring, and they did a terrific job, and I expect that will continue as we go into the fall. I think that about wraps it up. A lot of what I would say about the high school has already been said. The themes, the tenets of our experience for hybrid is across the board at each school, and I'm happy to answer any questions tonight.
Mike, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, all of you. I know you went through all of these, this and all the plans, the other models in your public forums this week and last week. So I appreciate you doing it again on our behalf. At this point, I would like to solicit input specifically on the hybrid models as they've been presented to us from the school committee. Then I will offer input to public attendees on the hybrid model. I would then like to have a discussion amongst the school committee about all three models as they've been presented to us, and how we think we might want to proceed forward towards our meeting next week. I will remind everyone that another parent survey is going out tomorrow and will be open until Wednesday. And Dr. Clench, I believe, are we surveying the staff as well?
Yes, we are. We will be sending that survey out tomorrow.
Okay. So again, let's start with input from the school committee on the hybrid plans. If there are questions or comments as they've been presented. Timlin, go ahead.
I just have a couple of questions. So, Cheryl, you had presented on Russell Street showing you had 6 teachers showing and you only had 3 learning assistants. Are those learning assistants going to be with both teachers? So they'll be there Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday? Will they be with both cohorts?
Yes, but they'll be with, so for example, in the slide that I showed with Jess Schofel and Anne-Marie Soares, for example, they will pair up with a learning assistant. So the learning assistant would be there monitoring half of a class on Monday and Tuesday with Jess, and then no one would be there on Wednesday. And then that learning assistant would have 10 students from Anne-Marie's class on Thursday and Friday.
Okay, so but then that would make the contact tracing a lot bigger. So they'd be in contact with both sets of cohorts.
Correct. Half of the cohort. So 20 kids total, half of each cohort.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that I was reading it right.
You are.
Thank you. And then the other thing is, so if we decide to go hybrid, this might be a question for you, Dr. Clenchy. If we decide to go hybrid, is there going to be a forum for those parents who decide that they are going to stay remote and they're going to stay home? Are we going to, for each school, say to them, this is what we need you to do? This is just to give the parents some guidance?
I'm glad you asked that question, Timlin. Once we have direction, we will have a forum or forums, and one unanswered question at this point in time, and we don't have an answer because we're not far enough ahead in terms of selecting a plan.
Right.
There will be some staff that may have pre-existing conditions that we can't find accommodations that would allow them to come to school. So they would be part of a remote plan. And so we have to figure out, first of all, do we have any and how many? And we would then create assignments for those people. But at the same time, with the hybrid model, it's important to remember that it really is a remote model with some in-class teaching.
Right.
Those are just some details that we need to work out.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Go ahead.
My first question is staff going to be in the buildings on Wednesdays if it's all remote learning?
We are strongly encouraging staff to be in the classrooms teaching. If necessary, we will make some exceptions, but we really believe that it would be better to set up their classroom. We're ordering dock cameras, et cetera, and it would be much easier to have the tech department in the building to help them out with something.
The second thing I was wondering, as far as if a parent chooses to keep their kids home and they learn remotely, I'll just use Ms. Schofel as an example. When she's teaching her class, will it be streaming that video, or is she expected to then do another online class just for the remote learners?
No, what we're trying to do is keep our students connected to their peers, and by streaming we will be able to do that. But that's something that we're going to work out, or have to work out, when we negotiate an MOU with the teachers union. Everything you read about blended learning or online learning, in this case hybrid learning, speaks to the importance of having kids connected and the importance of synchronous teaching. We are not going to have students connected to their their computers all day long. We're going to use instructional strategies that allow them to have breakout sessions, asynchronous work, even perhaps those of you that have taken graduate courses online, the use of message boards, etc., where you can pose a question and then people come in and comment on that question. So we're going to use a variety of strategies. We do not want our students staring at a computer for 6 hours, but we do expect attendance taken every period and opportunities for both synchronous and asynchronous instruction.
Okay, and I just want to thank everyone for the time they put into this. It's definitely a lot of work, and we do appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Matt.
Yep. Justin?
Sure, thanks. So I've heard these presentations a couple of times now, and I still have some points of clarification for Shaker and Russell, because it appears that the cohorts are working differently. So at Shaker Lane, if I understand this correctly, we've got a classroom of 20 students. We are then dividing it in half. Half of the kids, call it 10, are going Monday, Tuesday, and the other half of the children are going Thursday, Friday. So therefore, that teacher would likely need to be on site at least Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Wednesday is debatable. At Russell Street, you're doing something a little bit different, where you're taking the grade and you're dividing it A, B, and you're sharing classrooms, which is a little bit of a concern. And you've got a teacher's assistant and a teacher that might be swapping classrooms, which is a little bit of a concern due to, Timbaland's point with contract tracing. So you have a teacher that's giving their room up, and none of their students are there that day. They must be remote. So therefore, that teacher must be remotely teaching from their home. Is that correct, Cheryl?
Yes, that was our plan. Our original plan was that we would be able to bring all of our students, like we can fit 20 kids in a class with the 6-foot distancing, but the parents on our task force really were not in favor of having a full class in the classroom at the same time, even though we could accomplish the distancing. So that's where the model came from, of sharing space, but having the whole class there at the same time.
Okay.
Because then they're getting the same lesson on the same day from their same teacher, and it keeps the class together.
Sure. I mean, so that answered my next question, which was, because I thought I heard you say you could get all 20 students in a room at 6 feet, but you're choosing not to.
It was that the parents really were not in favor of having that many kids in the classroom at the same time. I think this model is just a little bit of a spin, because on the remote days, the kids can then be together as a full complement of kids. And so we have breakout sessions, 3 separate breakout sessions with the 20 kids. So they would have all had the same lessons on Monday and Tuesday. And so then in their breakout groups on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they can all be working with the same material that they learned earlier in the week. Sure. And it's for the Thursday, Friday model.
Okay. I appreciate both Shaker and Russell Street's plans, because I think it's actually great that you have different ideas, because your building and your structures differently. I like the idea of keeping the classes together, because I think you can chug along better as a classroom at Russell Street, but obviously you've got the additional contract tracing concerns with some moving pieces there. Jason, when you presented your hybrid plan the first time, I believe that you also identified C students and D students, C being those on special education services. We're going to actually potentially be in the building for all 4 days. And then you had actually identified a D group, which was those that had opted into remote. And I just want to make sure that, because I didn't hear that again tonight, I just want to see if that's still part of the plan.
No, that's definitely still part of the plan, just for ease of the presentation, the idea, because our C and D groups, would be very specific for those families that chose to be a part, and then specific to those kids who are high needs that would require that extra time. So nope, that's still a part of the plan. We still intend to move forward with that part. Ideally four groups working together, but A and B being the large groups that would be in attendance and remote at the same time.
I just want to comment on that. I appreciate the way Jason broke that out, and I appreciate you, Justin, bringing it up because it wasn't explicit tonight as it was the other night. I think that Jason stated it explicitly, but as I understand it, that was implied in all 4 schools' plans, that accommodating special ed students that require more intervention, we're going to strive to see if we can get them in the building more often than the AB model would imply. And then there is a D group, right? Or C, whatever you want to call it, the remote group. We know they're going to be there. We're ready to support them in anything that we're debating about full in-person or hybrid. We always want to make sure that we just check ourselves and say, and the remote learning kids are part of that too. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah. So just along the same line, I believe my last comment with the hybrid model is I think we need the data to see how many families are going to choose to participate in this, because the plans that I've received, I assume that we're taking into account somewhere between 90 and 100% of the students are going to choose to be remote, to be hybrid, if that's an option. And that's why we've got just A and B, and we're assuming it's just you're in the classroom for 2 out of 5 days. But if we actually get around to wanting to offer something other than remote, and we ask for enrollment, and we determine that, a surprising number of sorry, shouldn't use the word surprising, but maybe potentially surprising to me, there's a large chunk of the population that's going to opt in for remote. Potentially we can then enhance the hybrid models and get the children in the classroom more often, because we're dealing with a smaller population within that hybrid mix. Is that potentially a fair statement?
Dr. Clencher, do you want to grab that one?
That is a possibility. I want to be cautious when I answer this question, because we want to make sure that people are comfortable with what we're doing. And if we do start with a hybrid model and people are comfortable, we keep our COVID rates non-existent in schools. People will be more prone to increase that time in school, and our models are flexible enough to be able to do that. So, but if we find that there are unanticipated opportunities when we get those survey results back and we verify them, we'll relook at what we're doing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Brad?
Sure, thanks. I've had a lot of chance to ask questions by serving on the reopening task force, so I will just make a couple comments real quickly and then cede my time to the community. First is, I think this process has worked. I think the superintendent's office deserves a lot of credit for taking the DESE guidance, setting district principles, and then empowering the different schools and their leadership teams, their teachers, their parents, to make plans that fit their population and fit their buildings. I think Justin noted that, Matt noted that. So I just want to congratulate the teams that worked on this. I think they came up with really kind of thoughtful plans. We're going to end up rejecting 2 out of 3 of them regardless, but the work was good. The one comment I'll make about this before going back on mute is that as a teacher, the teaching to students in the classroom and teaching to a computer screen, which may have as many as 8 or 10 or 12 students on it, that's going to be pedagogically really tough. And I just think we need to acknowledge that that's going to be difficult to do if we move forward with this. We can have 10 days of professional development. We can all strive to be better and learn from what we've done before. I'm doing that as a teacher myself, but that's going to be tough to do. And if we go down this path, we're going to have to support our teachers, and we're going to have a lot of feedback loops where we're learning from that. The other thing is that the more I think about it, I'm afraid, I don't see a way around it, but I'm afraid the models where, say, a high school history teacher meets with students Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, they're different cohorts. If we do get to a contact tracing model, or a middle school teacher or one of these teacher assistants in Russell Street, we're losing a lot of the benefits of the hybrid model if we have, several people in every building who are in rooms with almost all the students at some point during a week. And I don't know a way around it. I'm just saying that that's something that we're just going to have to consider as we move forward. And then I'll be quiet for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. I'd just like to put in my comments and thoughts. I agree with Justin. If there is an opportunity to offer in-person instruction via a hybrid model, I would like to reserve the opportunity to evaluate increasing not the number of students, because I think the goal here is initially to accommodate about 200 kids a day per building. We have roughly 1,600 kids in the district, about evenly distributed across the 4 buildings. So Justin's right. If 20% or 30% of the families opt for full remote, there may be an opportunity to rejigger the groupings so that kids are getting 2.5 days a week or 3 days a week, depending on how it flushes out. In that same vein, I have concerns about using Wednesday as a deep cleaning day. That's 20% of our opportunity for in-person instruction if we're able to try to offer that. I'm not 100% convinced that the benefit is there relative to the cost to give up 20% of in-person instruction days. I don't think it's a problem right now. I think it's the right thing to do to kind of ease our way into hybrid if we do identify an opportunity to do it. So I'm not asking for anybody to change anything right now, but I think that in that same vein of evaluating how this is going, if we see opportunities to improve it, maybe that's one thing we look at. We have opportunities to clean the buildings. We're already cleaning more than we do during the day. We're already cleaning more intensely. We have different devices that we use now at night, and we certainly have the weekends. But I will say, conversely, I recognize Brad's points, and I want to make sure that everybody understands that none of us, even if we opt into a hybrid plan initially, is sold on, that means that we can't revisit the decision. We certainly will revisit the decision, whether it's to, look at more opportunity or to pump the brakes and back out if we think that's the appropriate course of action. So I think the plans as they're currently presented, if we get the opportunity to try remote, I think the plans as they're being presented are fine. Let's kick it off that way. If we're going to go that way, but I just do ask that we, as a district and a school committee, remain open to reevaluating in either direction, how we think we want to do it. At this point, I would like to offer.
Mike, I got one quick question.
Yep, sorry, go ahead, Justin.
I think this was asked at one of the breakout sessions for the schools, but in the instance where we have a Monday holiday, what's the plan?
I can answer that, Mike. I actually looked into that because I was on that call. And when you look at all the days off, there's 6 days, Monday, Tuesday, 6 days, Thursday, Friday. They're kind of even, they break out even. If you look at the days that the kids have off, there are 6 Monday and Tuesday holidays or days off of school and 6 Thursday, Friday.
So it'll just come out in the wash.
It kind of broke out even because I had that, as soon as that question was asked at one of the breakout sessions, I don't remember which one, I started counting on the calendar as soon as we got the school committee packet.
I would have lost that bet for sure.
Me too.
I would have thought there were plenty more Monday holidays.
I did look at it. So.
Okay, well, that's good. That addresses that concern. Thank you, Justin. It's a good question. Again, at this point, I would like to open it up for public input, but I would ask that we limit the public input to input and questions on the hybrid models. I will open it up again for public input on the overall direction of what we're dealing with. And then at the end of the meeting, I will open it up to absolutely irrelevant questions that have nothing to do with this, but still somebody might want to bring it up. So if you have a question or comment specific to the hybrid models that were presented, please go ahead and raise your hand, and Dorothy will get you up in front of us.
Okay.
Heather Stimpson, please state your name and your street, please.
Heather Stimpson, 107 Great Road. My question was specific to the Russell Street School. If I understand correctly, if I opt into the hybrid model and send my son, he will potentially only be in the classroom with a teacher 1 out of 5 days a week and will be learning remotely 4 out of the 5 days of the week, with one of those remote days being in a building. Can you help me understand why I would choose to opt into that?
Just to clarify, our hybrid plan at Russell Street is 2 days, Monday, Tuesday, and 3 days remote. And then for the other half of the students, it's Thursday, Friday, and then Thursday, Friday in person, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3 days remote. So it's 2 days in person and 3 days remote for each half.
But
I
Cheryl,
think Heather is a little confused, though.
I
Sorry,
can speak
Heather.
to it.
Okay.
But Cheryl, you were speaking to the fact that my student will be with a licensed teacher one day and will be with a assistant another day.
The assistant won't be teaching the class. The assistant will be supervising the classroom. So if you just picture left and right of the hallway, and I keep using Jess Schoeffel as my example. So if Jess had 10 students in front of her and 10 students across the hall, she has an opportunity to teach the lesson once to the 10 students in front of her and then switch with the learning assistant and teach to the 10 kids in front of the other class, her other 10 students. She could also teach to the students sitting in front of her and project live onto the smart board in that screen across the hall. So it'll still be live teaching by the certified teacher. The extra supervision is the learning assistant. So the teaching will all be from our certified teachers.
Yeah, my concern was I'm confused as to why I'd want them in the building taking the risk if their teaching would be done via an electronic device.
That would be your option, I guess. We certainly would want, it's the teacher would rotate obviously through the students that they have in front of them. So perhaps Monday, Tuesday of the first week, students 1 through 10 are in the teacher's classroom, and then perhaps students 11 through 20 are there the following Monday, Tuesday. In the remote learning days, we've built in small, so there will be full class teaching via Google Meetings with the teacher on the remote days as well as small group instruction with the teacher also.
Would you be open to reconsidering the approach so that it looked more like Shaker Lane or what maybe the middle school is proposing, where a single class is together for the entirety of their in-person learning? Because it sounded like that was greatly influenced by parents, but I'm wondering if it's just 2 parents on the task force versus 100 parents who were not selected for the task force.
Sure, we're open to revisiting. I think the protocol the reason that we put the protocol in place was that we were trying to have as much space as possible between students, and our preference was to keep the full class of students in the building at the same time. So on their remote days, they could be able to work together in small groups, which wouldn't be possible if they were there half the class on Monday, Tuesday, and the other half of the class on Thursday, Friday.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Dorothy, you haven't said anything, but this is Rebecca Lewis. I have a question. So my kids are going remote one way or another due to health concerns in our family. And I feel like a lot of the plans, including what you said, Mike, about Wednesdays, does not necessarily address those of us who know our kids are going to be remote. So if the concern is, oh, we'll lose teaching time in person if we don't have Wednesdays, sort of indicates to me that the focus is on what's happening in person. And the reality is some of us, because of health concerns or other reasons, our kids are only going to be remote for the foreseeable future. I just want to sort of ask, what is the consideration of those kids who will be fully remote during this
I
time?
apologize if that was misconstrued, and I think maybe I stated a little inelegantly. In my mind, and that was my personal input and feedback, in my mind, any loss of days of in-person instruction is negative.
Right.
No matter how well we do in terms of providing remote instruction, whether it's for families who opt for full remote or whether it's for families who try to be in the building when they're allowed to be, but then obviously have to participate in the remote instruction. I don't think that there's any way that we can pretend that remote instruction is going to be as valuable and as impactful and as beneficial as in-person instruction, even if it's an in-person instruction in a hybrid model with distancing and the other constraints we're dealing with. That's my personal opinion. And I feel that if we're going to consider a hybrid option, and we're doing it because we think the value is there to benefit from the in-person instruction, that we should be trying to maximize that, whatever that perceived benefit is. I certainly don't want to suggest that it's at the expense of the remote students and the families that opt for that direction. It's not. We're going to make the remote as robust as we can. It wouldn't shock me if we all end up in remote at some point during the year, regardless of how we may start the year. No determination has been made, but I think we're all quite cognizant of the possibility that this is going to be a fluid situation where we're going to be bopping in and out, or maybe we're just in for a little while and we're out all the way at some point because of the circumstances dictate. So supporting the remote learners is absolutely at the top of, right at the top, same top of the pyramid as it is supporting the in-person. I don't want us to ignore the fact that anything other than full in-person teaching is not as beneficial as full in-person teaching. That's my.
I just have to disagree. I have a child with a severe anxiety and severe depression who's essentially on the cusp of being diagnosed as bipolar. And we have severe health issues in our family. And so for me to accept that it's okay that we can say that if my child is not attending school at some point, he's not going to get a adequate education is not an acceptable answer from.
I'm not pretending that he would not get an adequate education. I'm saying that the models, I mean, if there's a reason why we do in-person teaching when we're allowed to do in-person teaching. We think it's the best way to deliver curriculum to our students. We think the benefit is there. I think that we will do more than adequate for all of our students, given the circumstances that we're dealing with. But I think on a relative basis, my opinion is that the in-person is more valuable, is the most valuable way of delivering curriculum. It's not the only way. It doesn't mean that the other ways are invaluable. They are not valuable. They are, but that's the way I look at it.
I'd like to hear from other committee members about what their feelings are about this.
Justin?
Sure, I wouldn't mind jumping in here. I think we know one thing for certain, and that's we're going to have a remote plan. There are going to be families that opt in from the beginning, and we're going to have to build something that as a town we can be proud of. We got a great school district here. And the first survey indicated that potentially maybe only 10% of families were going to opt in. The next survey, the number could be greater. So I believe that the plan now is that these opt-in students are going to sort of tag along with their classroom assignments, but it might be possible to actually change the remote plan, because we've got 10 extra days now, to where we're building remote classrooms. And you actually have kids together in a classroom. And if that's the case, and we end up going remote at some point over the year, all of us are forced to go remote by the the Board of Health or the governor or whatever it is. If that model's working well, then we can adapt to that because we've already sort of tested it. So one thing's for certain, we're going to have remote. We need it to be a program that we're proud of. I would, if the opportunity presents itself, I'd like to see a hybrid model, and I'd like to see as robust of a hybrid model as possible with as much in-person learning as that population allows. So that's my take on it.
Brad?
Yeah, there's a reason we usually do in-person learning. What we're talking about doing is not what we usually do. There's also a reason we usually don't do in-person learning with 6 foot social distance, with masks, with plexiglass shields, with, I mean, what we're talking about is not the traditional in-person. We can still have personal preferences for it while recognizing that it's not going to be the same. But we also do virtual learning. We have virtual high school. My daughter was choosing classes this week and thinking about what to do. What we can't do is have us offer kids an education that is a tag along. That is, and that was my comment earlier. The idea that it's going to be very, very tough if we're in a hybrid model to have people, as it from a teacher's perspective, have students in the classrooms in front of me all wearing masks, or have students on my computer screen and trying to teach them both at the same time. It's just going to be very difficult. What we as a district have to do is make sure that that we don't value some students over others or prioritize them over others. I don't have the answer, but that's our obligation. And in fact, I think that may be one of the best arguments for, if we're making arguments for the full remote, is that becomes the priority, that everybody's getting the same education from the beginning. And that all of our professional development is designed to make sure those students get full access to the curriculum. I'm not saying I accept that argument yet. I need to think about this over the next week and get parent feedback. But it can't be, let's do in-person teaching. And Mike, I don't think this is what you're saying. It can't be that this is just in-person teaching with other folks watching on their computers and doing a chat room. I don't think that's what our principals want. It's not what our teachers want, I'm sure. It's certainly not what the parents want.
Matt?
Yeah, Rebecca, the way I see it is, I don't think we've seen the potential yet of the remote learning. The spring was a bad example. It was really, we were thrust into this position where teachers, we had to, build a plane while we were flying it. So now there's a lot more, if we have certain expectations, ideally what I'd like to see is how it actually would go this fall. And I think that it can be a whole lot better than it was. One of the things that I think my job as a teacher, as a special ed teacher, is easier when I'm in person. But I think that one of our options this year is to have this, at least either way, have the staff in the building, so that is more like a regular school day. I think that one of the other things with students on IEPs, if we were to do a full remote plan, I think that they should be able to go into the building. As a special ed teacher, our saying is always that fair isn't always equal. If you have a student on an IEP, they need to be receiving their services. But I think we will have to see what the fall brings for remote learning. I'm hopeful from what I'm seeing that I think it can be, if not as good, pretty close to what we see as in-person learning.
Mm-hmm.
If I could add a comment, Chairman Fontanella.
Sure.
I'm agreeing with what people are saying, but I also want to give some assurance here. I have had programs in school districts where I have had a teacher, or teachers more correctly, in high schools teach a class from one high school to 4 other high schools at the same time in a synchronous fashion. And it worked very well. And part of it is giving or getting the professional development to the teachers. We are ordering the equipment to be able to do that. It is a change in practice, but it's not the first time it's been done. It's been done in certain areas for many, many years. When I had that program, it was the mid-2000s, and it did work well. So I don't want people to think that we're going into this blind. We're not. And it's going to take some time to adjust, but we have had 3 months of various online learning to take a look at what worked well and what didn't work well. So I'm confident that the people that choose remote will still have a robust curriculum and be connected to their teachers and peers.
And I hope that's true. I just, separating out the models and saying there are these 3 different models that the school could choose makes it, does differentiate and makes it seem as though there aren't going to be a significant portion of us who decide it's not worth it to expose our children to this and the teachers to this virus for a variety of reasons. So I just want to, I guess, encourage you all to think about the fact that there are going to be some portion of our school, student population are going to choose this. And so I just don't want it to be this sort of afterthought where those kids are going to be taken care of and by whatever, as opposed to they are a significant portion of our population, and they're going to have different needs. There are some who have special education needs. There are some who are high achieving, and there are some who just are sort of your typical students. So I that's not part of what I've seen from the district so far in thinking about this. It's more than these 3 options as opposed to there are going to be remote learners. So that's all I want to bring up.
Okay, thank you.
Matthew Ridge, please state your name, your street, and your question, please.
Hi, this is actually Erin Ridge. My husband had to step away for just a second, but we are the Ridge family, 325 Great Road. Our question was really if there's going to be a transcript of everything that was stated in this meeting, as well as all of the sheets and things that were shown, like what the hybrid model is going to be and all the new specs for the HVAC system and all that.
So our packets are posted online on the school website. So all the material that was presented on the screen will be available in those packets. The school department in the town doesn't record these meetings. We do send out minutes, but that's definitely not what you're asking about. However, LCTV does record them, and on their website, there are on-demand opportunities to see all of the public meetings, including the school committee meetings.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Andrea, please state your full name and your street and your question, please.
Hi, it's me again, Andrea Machad, 3 Lara Street.
Could you spell your last name again, Machad?
Sure, Michaud.
Thank you.
And my question is in regard to specialists such as special ed teachers, art teachers, gym, music, PT, OT, anybody who's coming into the classroom to service kids. So I know special educators go from classroom to classroom, service different kids. Is that the way it's going to be? And they will be in contact with multiple groups of kids during that day, correct?
Actually, Lynn, why don't you go ahead and address it from the special education perspective, and then maybe the principals can address the gym, art, and music teachers.
Sure, I can speak to that. The way that the services are going to be delivered could potentially need to be adjusted. The obligation of FAPE still remains, and we will be meeting that obligation, and students will be receiving the minutes of their services, but depending on the model that moves forward and depending on a variety of different circumstances and also factors related to students' ability to be in person or remote, all of those things will be considered and the students will be considered individually, but no, the traditional way it looks with specialists coming in and out of classrooms, that is going to look differently moving forward.
Okay, I've also heard that some specialists may be doing, although they're in school, are teaching or providing their services remotely to what is going on in that classroom. So for example, the OT might be presenting a lesson on handwriting, but it's going to be virtual rather than the OT being in the classroom. What would be the difference of the OT going in and or virtually teaching to a kids in the class compared to the OT teaching virtually to kids at home?
Can you repeat that? I'm just
thinking, so if the OT is working on handwriting, and they're doing a lesson, and instead of going into the classroom, they're virtually teaching a lesson from their office or from their classroom, it's being broadcast into the, say, second grade classroom. What would be the difference between them broadcasting into a second grade classroom than broadcasting into a lesson at home?
Well, I think it would depend on the individual needs of the students that were receiving that service. So there are students that may require, more facilitation, and those are the students that might need to be considered for that therapy to be delivered in person. But then there are other students that are benefiting from the remote model and it being provided through a Google Meet, or to limit the contact or limit the number of contacts that students are making with staff, that service provider could be in a different location. And the lesson could be being facilitated by the teaching assistant that's in the classroom because they're being kept as a cohort.
Okay, and would that teaching assistant be responsible for taking data for the OT?
Oh,
the OT technically wouldn't be there, but the assistant would be there to take the data for them?
Yep.
Okay. And my other question, I guess, while I have you, is a lot of children who are on IEPs in the cohort C would be kids who don't tolerate wearing masks, but they would also be the kids who are exposed to the most students being there to cohort A and cohort B. So being there Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Mm-hmm.
What can you recommend, not only for the special educators, but both groups of kids who are being in close proximity to these students who don't wear masks or cannot tolerate masks?
That's a really great question. So again, I'll have to go back to giving kind of a hypothetical scenario or a potential scenario that could occur. Because what we have to do is we have to look at where the students are and look at where they are at their baseline, because there are going to be students that aren't going to be able to tolerate wearing a mask for long durations, but we're going to have to work on that as a skill. So it might be that we're going to have to adjust their plan so that we're incrementally building their ability. So they might be targeted for the cohort of high need students to be there 4 days, but we might want to look at their ability to wear a mask for longer durations and have an agreed upon criteria that we want them to be able to meet. And we also are going to be providing the safety supplies to the staff. And so I think it all has to be looked at on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. I too am a special educator, and I guess one other question I have is, I know some students can become physical, and there are teachers who are CPI trained and restraint trained. How would that look?
So I think just as you would handle any other crisis, a student that's in crisis, you're going to know the students that have those behavioral patterns, and you're going to want to be as proactive as possible, but you can't predict everything. So we're going to obviously keep everybody and keep ourselves as safe as possible, but that's not going to preclude us from keeping a student who's in crisis safe.
Right. So it's, I guess too, in one of those questions is, if you remove the classroom to keep the other kids safe as well as this student, is there special designated areas for classrooms to go?
Well, those would have to be identified, but then we also do have the ability to look at the student's specific plan and look at what is going to make the most sense in the moment.
Okay. And I guess, Mrs. Kane, if you can address how art, gym, and music might look in this hybrid. Are those specialist teachers coming into the classrooms? or will classrooms be traveling to those art, gym, and music rooms?
No, great question, Andrea. We are trying to limit as much foot traffic in the hallways as possible. In the hybrid model, we would have half of the classroom there. So potentially that art teacher would be exposed to only 10 children in that classroom because the other half is learning remotely. We still have to work out the logistics of, how are those other students going to get that experience as authentically as the children that are in school. But the idea that we have proposed is to have all our specialists go to classrooms to limit the amount of students walking the hallways.
Okay, but that as a teacher, so your art teacher might be visiting 4 different classrooms on one day.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Andrea, thank you. We appreciate the questions relative to specifically to special ed, and I think it illustrates the opportunity if we can do a public forum specific to concerns for parents with kids on special ed. I think that would be a very good goal, and we will try to make that happen. So thank you.
Sure, that sounds great. Thanks.
Davis family, please state your name and your address and your question, please.
Hi, this is Aline Davis, 35 Whitetail Way. It's not a question, it's just a statement. As someone who's been an educator for over 20 years, I just want to highly encourage everybody during those 10 days that the faculty are off to get that faculty development going. I actually chose to be a remote teacher this semester, and I am doing it so that I can have more active learning and more group projects with my students in an environment where they can all work together and they can get to know each other. I'm spending special time on community development. I know a lot of my fellow faculty have decided to go this route. I think that we really need to help encourage our teachers. A lot of them don't have this type of education. They didn't experience this type of education. There are lots of research articles that have been done. There are best practices that have been established. We got 10 days. We got to help educate our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morosino, please state your name and your street, please.
Hi, thank you. This is Mauricio Centillas at Washington Drive. I have a question regarding the Russell Street plan. It's a little bit concerning, to be honest, where you have, and this is, to make sure that I understood correctly, you've got one class where the licensed instructor, half of the class where the licensed instructor is going to be in front of those kids. And then half of the other class is going to be across the hall. And then there's going to be yet a third portion of the class that will likely be remote. So I'm curious whether those plans were actually thought out in terms of, having or giving the parents the option of fully opting out, and then having essentially 3 classes to give simultaneously where the licensed instructor might not even be trained on remote teaching. So I think I'm not quite sure if that's been completely thought out in terms of having essentially 3 dynamics going on simultaneously.
Thank you for your comment. I think in all of the models, in all 4 schools, we realize that there will be some families who choose to keep their children home for remote learning. And so all of our plans in all 4 buildings have been built around accommodating those students. Maybe I'm just not explaining it correctly, and I apologize for that. I know I've given the presentation a couple of times now. The physical placement of the students in 2 separate places, 10 in one room and 10 in the other room, gives the teacher opportunity to teach all the kids at the same time or go back and forth between the 2 classes. The important part of our plan is that when Judge Schoeffel, for example, has her 2 days of in-person, she'll have her full complement of students there. And so on the remote days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all of the kids, all 20 students, whether they're in one of the 2 classrooms or they've been home for the Monday, Tuesday, learning remotely, have learned the content from Monday and Tuesday so they can participate in the small group lessons on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So that's really what ties the learning together. Whether we use Google Meets with computers. All of our students will have Chromebooks. So there is a way for students, for the teacher to be teaching a class with a Google meeting going and the 10 kids in the other room listening live on a Google meeting. And it's also possible to project onto the smartboard, as I said. So it's going to be one lesson in two separate places, often at the same time.
But to be honest, it's actually one lesson in three separate places because we'll have remote learners.
Right.
And the concern that I have is, so you have your licensed teacher that goes from one room to the other, yet the remote learners can't follow the instructor, nor can they, or is it going to be that the assistant will now be responsible for helping out the remote learners as well?
No, the remote learners would be able to participate in live time on a Google Meet. So they would be able to watch the projection on the board, or listen along and participate on a Google Meet using their Chromebooks.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Matthew Ridge, please state your name, your street, and your question, please.
Yes, thank you. It's Matthew Ridge, 325 Great Road. Two quick questions. One, this one's brought up by my wife. She had to go put our son down. Why the requirements for the masks of children who are under the age of 5? Even the state in themselves have said that is not mandatory. The other question is, with all this, I mean, I've been hearing from other parents as well, and you've already said this a little, is that we're going to be looking into options for people like in my situation where we don't have the option to actually stay home. We are both mandatory parents. I mean, we're both we're both required employees at where we work, and one of us is going to have to lose their job if this plan goes forward. If any of these plans go forward, what if that ends up happening? Because honestly, it's either we're going to have to do a hybrid, we're going to have to stick them at home, but either way, we are going to run into a situation where we are going to need help to be able to have our child stay home. This is not...
I'm going to let the Principal Kane or Dr. Clenchey answer your question about the mask wearing for the younger students. To your personal situation, I think it would be best if you reached out directly to Dr. Clenchey, and you and he can take that and figure out what the district can do to support you and what services we might be able to refer you to if we don't think that we're going to be able to do it. I hope that we are, and I'm optimistic that we will be able to, but I think that's something that's best addressed directly between you and the district.
Okay.
But relative to your question about the younger students wearing masks, Dr. Clenchey or Michelle, do you want to grab that one? Yeah, Michelle, go ahead.
Okay, I can take it, and Kelly can pick up anything that I might have missed. So this, Matthew, just so you know, this was a very, very long discussion on our task force. We know that the guidance reads second grade and above, but in the distance that we can provide at Shaker Lane, our classrooms are fairly smaller. When we were thinking of the in-person learning, it was only 3-foot distance. That's what we could fit with all of our students in one classroom. Many of our staff were very strongly advocating for masks, and all of us want our staff to feel safe. And our task force was very clear in bringing that message back to us from the collective group. We feel that many students have been using masks. Kids, some have not, and we understand that, and we're willing to work with the students to build up to that time that they need and work with families. But this was strongly advocated from our staff and from the task force to really have all of our students wear masks.
Okay, because my issue is that this is based on nothing but they need to feel safe. Masks are not a feel safe situation. The other issue is that my son wears his mask when he goes outside, but I'll tell you right now, if he's and when he wears it long periods of time, he gets lightheaded. This is not, I am not going to have my son faint in classroom because somebody decides it's not the right time to take his mask off.
So Matthew, we can certainly work with families to find a place that feels comfortable for them. If there are certain students that, can't require a long period of time, that the intentional breaks that are built into that classroom, we're more than happy to work with families to build up to that time.
Okay. Thank you.
Mike G, please state your full name, your street, and your question, please.
Hi, this is Shay Geardy, 145 Hartwell Ave.
That Geardy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Geardy.
Thank you.
I'm a junior at the high school, and I'm planning on taking AP Bio, which is a difficult class. I was wondering what the plan is if a teacher goes out for that 14, 15 days when they show symptoms. What's the plan going to be for that class? Because it affects, for 15 days, that's a lot of material. It'll affect the final exam, which is important.
Dr. Harrington?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Hi, Shay. It's nice to hear your voice. I actually was talking to Miss Harrington today, and she's been in touch with Mrs. Berlinger, discussing different scenarios, and other teachers are too. It's not just applying to your question specific to AP Biology. I think we'd need to work. Each teacher will sort of work that out, and we'll have some school guidance for sure on substitutions. We have to have it really district-wide, how we're going to handle substitute instruction. I've been talking to other administrators about this over the last week, and we're going to have very clear substitute plans. Like what teachers are going to need to have substitute lessons prepared in advance so that we could roll it out in the event they had to have a sustained absence. Now, of course, their ability to contribute additional lessons during their time out or being remote because of maybe some type of symptomatic behavior, they're experiencing symptoms or something like that, and they're awaiting testing. Their ability to provide lessons hopefully would be there where they'd be able to provide it while they're out. But that might vary depending on the circumstances of why they are taking a leave or needing days off. But rest assured, we'll have a plan for that. I can speak for the high school, and I'm sure all the schools will have. One of the things we're going to have to really have clearly developed is substitute plans.
Okay, and then just one more thing. So being in the high school for the past 2 years, the foot traffic's a worry for me because say you have a mask on, those hallways fill up. They're only 10 feet wide, and then if you have, we got 2 hallways in the high school.
Yeah.
I'm just struggling to see the benefits of going back into the building with all that foot traffic.
Right. And with the hybrid model that we discussed and presented today, obviously there's a lot less students in the building, so that will help somewhat. But you're right. There was that scene captured in Georgia. You might have seen it today in the news where there were lots of kids in the crowded hallway, sort of like things were typical times, and kids without masks. We're going to have very firm rules at the high school about wearing masks. We're also going to have markers and signage throughout the building. I think one of the things we could do is we talked about managing the traffic in the hallway, specific to having lines even down the middle of the hall to stay to one side, managing traffic so it's single file, and that would be a new way of traveling in our building. Where kids like to travel in packs, so we'll have to go over that with all the students and parents in advance, and that'll be part of our preparation too, together as a faculty, of how we provide signage and direction to students and stagger traffic from class to class from dismissal time or when students need to leave the rooms. It's definitely something that I want to also assure you that we have discussed that, and we are looking to refine exactly what we'll do if we go hybrid.
Okay, and then and that kind of goes with and that's hasn't been decided on how that will be enforced either. Because it's just hard with all those kids.
How it will be enforced for traffic or for masks specifically, or are you both?
Take both, just because
Yeah, we're going to have to establish rules, and I've been discussing this with we have a task force that's been meeting for over a month with faculty on it, and one of their big concerns is how do they handle, how we handle altogether a student who is purposely non-compliant with the mask requirement.
Okay.
We're going to have to make that crystal clear to students what the expectations are and what the consequences are if they're deliberately defying the regulation. Now, the other thing related to traffic, it depends on the circumstances. It could be an innocent mistake with someone. It could be someone who's repeatedly disregarding directions or something like that regarding to keep 6 feet distance. We'll address that as it comes up. But of course, we are a school. We will have rules established, communicated clearly in advance, and there'll be consequences that we'll have to follow through on. We are discussing exactly what those consequences would be. I don't want to necessarily jump ahead to that right now.
Okay. I just don't see the value in like returning, but maybe it'll come. But thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Shay. It's good to hear your voice again, and look forward to hopefully seeing you at some point in the near future.
Yeah, you too.
Tasha Clark, please state your name, your street, and your question, please.
Hi, my name is Tasha Clark. We live on 2 Neshoba Trail, and this is kind of going back, and it's multi-part on some of the questions about the Russell Street plan, but I'm concerned with the ability to match up families between the schools. If you're doing it by teacher, I'm going to have 2 kids at Russell Street and 1 at Shaker Lane. So basically, you're going to have to take my 2 kids and only give them the 3 teachers that are on, say, Monday, Tuesday, and also match it up with whatever my child is at Shaker Lane. And when I think through of how you'd have to do that based on all the factors about, learning style and teachers, and you've already kind of pre-done the classes, which I'm sure you have to look at again based on who picks remote, but it's kind of impossible if all the other 3 schools are somewhat doing alphabetical or however, like that's the only, I don't see how you'd be able to match up all the families, which I think will be a problem for a lot of families that have 2 working parents and have to get other childcare or anything with a hybrid plan, because now you might need childcare for 1 child for 2 days and then 1 child for another 2 days. So now you're paying for childcare for 5 days or some portion of it. If your families are matched up, you only really need it for those 2 days or 3 days that they're remote. So that's just my concern there. And then conversely, if we picked remote and my child is for, again, Russell Street, sorry, Cheryl, if there's 2 classrooms in there, and someone else was already kind of saying this, but your teacher is in one, so Mrs. Schoffel's in one classroom, the assistant is in another. And yes, the remote child has the option to live stream in, but who's watching them? Like, who's monitoring that Google Meet at the time? Like, they can't ask questions. Both the teachers are teaching. Who's going to be able to kind of see that they're understanding, that they're watching, that they're paying attention, or that they're like understanding and not asking questions or going on the chat feature or whatnot?
Thanks, Tasha, for that question. We had a lot of discussion about that, and the teachers on the task force talked about how they would want to be the ones monitoring the students on the Google meetings. It's really important to be able to see children's faces, and that was a big part of our conversation. I think you have to think about the way that the teaching is going to look very different in the classroom now with, it's very different from, and we talked about a lot about this, that the teachers can't just kind of wander around the classroom and meet individually with students like we typically used to be able to, and like we typically would. So if the teacher's teaching from the front of the classroom at a whiteboard or whatever, and have their computer present there with the Google Meeting going, then they're able to actually see children's faces who are in the remote mode from home. So we did have a lot of conversation about that, and that's the reason for the projecting into the other classroom too. So the learning assistant would be more just kind of supervising what was happening in the room and not teaching what was happening in the room. If there's live projection into the classroom, or even on computer across the hallway, then the teacher can monitor the students in the other room as well.
Okay. So then,
in terms of the groupings, I actually looked through today within our building in Russell Street, we have 44 sibling combinations between grades. And so we talked about being able to manage within our building, making sure that siblings within our building were grouped together on the same days. So we would certainly look through those 44 combinations and make sure that siblings were coming to school within our building on the same day. Between separate buildings, you're right, will become more challenging, specifically because the models don't exactly match up.
okay. And then if you're projecting, and I guess this is more a remote question. So if you want to wait for later, but
No, go ahead, Tasha. That's fine. Thank you, though. Appreciate that.
I think there's one is, I assume that like they're checking all the bandwidth or whatever. I don't deal with that, but like for all the classrooms to be projecting home and live to everyone at home and in the other classrooms for all the schools, that they'd have the ability for, like, say Shaker Lane has 19 classes, to be able to all be live at the same time if they needed it. If that works. But also that the liability or the comfort level of teachers just being live. And, they're not used to that. And I'm sure some parents, you hear stories of when teachers are live and, they're critiquing them or something. And, they're just trying to teach the kids, or that there's someone in the class with an IEP or a pullout service, and, just privacy levels of families who are in the classroom. And, the teacher's going to have to redirect some teachers, especially in the younger grades, probably not so much at the middle school and high school, but redirect or, just get them to focus. And, that's on display for everybody that might be watching it at home or in another classroom. And I'm not saying you have an answer for that, but just something to think about is the privacy of the teacher and all the families that might be in that classroom but not know who's watching. That's it. Sorry.
All right, thank you, Tasha. I would ask if Beth Steele or Dr. Clenchey has a more definitive answer for how we're going to manage scheduling for families across buildings district-wide.
Beth, would you like to take that, or I certainly can?
Sure, I can start, and then if you want to pick up. So it's definitely been a topic of conversation that we've had many times over, and that clearly we're going to continue to have. And so managing students, the focus, as Cheryl has pointed out, as Jason has said at his parent forum, is starting at the school level to make sure that siblings that are within the same school attend the same days, and then building out from there. And so Kelly and I have had conversations about how in order to make this work, because we're hearing from more families that that's the desire as opposed to the opposite. And so having our admin team sit down together and schedule this out together, so that way we can have the families coming on the same days to ensure maximum ease for the families at that level. Kelly, if you want to, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Sure. Beth and I have had conversations about this, and we realized Russell Street is kind of an outlier more correctly in the planning. But when we looked at the plan, we saw benefits in the plan as well. But we're going to have everybody together for a day, and we're going to spend the entire day trying to match up as much as we can with families. There are going to be situations that are going to make it really difficult, especially at a high school where our juniors and seniors are mixing with classes. So it's not going to be perfect. We're going to do our best to try to meet everybody's needs.
I just took a way in there. I appreciate the point you made, Dr. Clenchey, about it will definitely be more difficult at the high school, but I also think that it's likely that there's a little bit less concern at the high school because those students, by definition, are a little bit more independent just as people and as students. I think that the community, the parents are going to have much more significant concern with younger students and the ability to provide childcare, whether they have to do it themselves or whether they have to find someone else to do it because of working situations. So it sounds like you guys are going to work it. I'm hopeful that it will be a challenge, Tasha, but I'm hopeful that we are a small district, so I think that there are opportunities to maybe actually make it work. I don't want to be overly optimistic, but we'll exhaust every possibility before we give up. That's for certain.
Thank you.
Amy Flint, please state your name and your street, please.
Hi, my name is Jaime Flint. I live on 72 Grist Mill Road.
Your question, please, Jamie.
Okay. So I actually, in the beginning of this, our inclination was toward the hybrid plans because I particularly liked the idea that they could have more face-to-face time to be in touch, all those things. Since I've had these meetings and these forums, I've actually kind of changed towards leaning towards the remote plan for, a number of reasons. One of them being consistency. One of them is that I've been a little happier with the plans. My question is, has it been considered, since all these plans kind of can flow one to another, and since we don't have a lot of evidence yet about what it looks like for schools to reopen with COVID, have people thought about starting remote and then reevaluating after, say, a month or 5 weeks, and then see what things are happening in the country, gather some more information, and then maybe consider going to a hybrid plan then?
I think that the idea that these plans, and the reason that the state asked us, all the districts, to build out 3 plans was on the assumption that for any number of reasons, you could be toggling back and forth. And the idea that you start remote and then kind of weigh it is definitely on the table. No decisions have been made in that regard, but I know that I've seen conversation among the listserv for Massachusetts school committee members suggesting that some districts are definitely thinking that way, specifically that it's not that we couldn't open hybrid right now, but we think we'd be better off trying remote first and then easing our way in. So that's definitely being debated, and I think it'll be a part of our conversation at our next meeting next Thursday.
Okay, thank you. I had one more question too, if you don't mind. I'm sorry, I know it's late.
Not at all. No, go ahead.
But if you guys wouldn't mind sharing some of the criteria you're going to be using when you're weighing these plans, because I know just personally, there's a lot of different stakeholders. There's a lot of different things that are contrasting. So at this point, what are you thinking is the most important thing for our schools? Right.
It's a good question, and we have not addressed that in any specific way. I personally am thinking that that's going to be a significant part of the discussion next Thursday, is what is our decision-making criteria, both as a school committee and as an administration. So if you don't mind, I would like to ask that we be given the time to prepare. So rather than us just speaking off the seat of our pants, we can actually have slides and documentation that back up how we're going to think about that. So Brad, do you want to weigh in on that too?
Yeah, I would just say thank you, Jamie. I think that's going to be one of the most important questions we face next week. And as we talk to the Board of Health, we talk to the teachers, as we learn from parents, knowing what the benchmarks could be and what they should be will be a key point of our conversation.
All right.
Jamie, fine.
Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have someone named Name. Could you please give your full name and your street address, please?
Hi. It's Matt Ridge.
Oh no, another question?
Hi, yes.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Your name,
Hi,
please?
Hi, yes, this is Jen Schulman, 1 Fir Lane.
Okay, and your question, Jen?
Yes, my question, and I'm sorry if I missed this. My son requires a one-on-one aid throughout his school day, and I was just curious how this would work with a hybrid or a remote model.
Who would like to?
Yeah, Lynn, yeah, go ahead. We're all looking right at you.
So did you say that your child has a one-to-one throughout?
Yes, he requires he's quadriplegic nonverbal. So I'm just curious of how that would work with a hybrid or a remote model.
So it sounds like your child would be one of the students that would be prioritized in the high need category. So we would be looking at how we could provide as much in-person instruction as possible.
Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So he would be prioritized. That would be a group that would be prioritized for full-time in-person learning.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Matt Heath, please state your name and your street, please. Matt Heath. We'll move on and come back to you. Heather Stimpson, your question, please, and your street.
Heather Stimpson, 107 Great Road. I just wanted to follow up on the point that the high school student made, specifically around lesson plans. I certainly understood his concern related to AP biology, but I have a similar concern as a parent if we go with a hybrid or a remote model. Will lesson plans be provided to parents at the start of the week so that we have some opportunity to review the content that's going to be covered during the week and be prepared to help students as necessary, especially on the elementary end?
I don't mind starting a response to that question. Thank you for the question. One of the big challenges we're all facing right now in school districts across the country is what to do in regards to substitute plans. So I do appreciate Shay's question and your emphasis on it, because it is a huge issue that we're going to have to figure out in advance of the school year to figure out how do we guide the teachers and the students through any type of leave days that teachers may need to take for various reasons that might come up. But in regards to lesson plans provided at the high school, I think a lot of our teachers do post what, sort of a rough outline. They provide usually an outline, a list of topics. They might keep points for what they'll be working on each day. They give a heads up to the class and they post it on usually Google Classroom. I think that will become even more common of a practice now, particularly as it relates to remote learning. I'm going to make a note, Heather, of your specific request for lesson plans, and I'm going to have I'm planning on scheduling a virtual faculty meeting in the upcoming week, and I'll put that on the agenda so they can start thinking about what they might want to do to provide an additional layer of support for parents who might want to be more engaged in the actual instruction at home, because I think that's what your question was, specifically related to remote learners who might need the actual lesson plan and where it would be beneficial to the parents.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. I think the high school is the only school where I don't have a child at present.
So
I can step in I'll step in, and then if Cheryl and Michelle want to kind of fill in. One thing I will say is that one of the tenets that we said in setting up these plans was having a 5-day rotation. And in doing that, it allows for teachers to kind of set their schedules, which a lot do anyway, a week at a time. And so they're able to then send home to families of, over the next 5 days, over the next week, here's the plan. This is what we're working on. This is a preview of what's coming, in order to help facilitate that better homeschool communication with what's going on for lessons. That is one thing that our elementary grades did this spring, was kind of uploading the plans. And when we had the conversation, initially we were uploading on Monday, and then heard immediate feedback of Monday's too late. And so we made that change, and we started, our teachers were very willing to put information, the lesson plans, the lessons, the materials up on Friday afternoons in order to give families time to prep. So that way on Monday, you could really hit the ground running. And so I really appreciate the question that's asked here. And it's something that we are hoping becomes further developed for this upcoming year.
What I would like to add is that in the fall, it'll be all new content, which is very different from what families experienced in the spring. And one of the really important aspects that we've all built into our plans is face-to-face teacher instruction, whether it's hybrid or remote. Students will get face-to-face instruction with their teachers on the new content. And then during the week, that new content will be revisited and reviewed. So it will be a bit different than it was in the spring, where people were kind of working on things independently. So it still will be important for parents to know what's going on, obviously, to help support their children. But there definitely is considerable more face-to-face instruction time built into the plans at the elementary level for the fall.
Okay, and then I had one other question. So a lot of material can be transferred electronically or with paper printouts. But for kinesthetic learners or for activities such as a science class that needs to be more hands-on, will materials be provided for those who are remote or hybrid?
I can speak to Russell Street. We have been working closely with our PTA to start to brainstorm materials for exactly that reason. Things that will be helpful in a remote situation for students who are remote, or if we're in a hybrid or remote plan, to make sure students have materials that are helpful to them. We talked about things as simple as having a set of manipulatives for counting. In a science unit, for example, we talked about having magnets for students to take home. So one of the things that we will be thinking about over the next few weeks is a set of materials that will go home with students to make sure that everybody has the same materials to work from, so they can participate in the lessons from home.
Are we dependent entirely on the PTA to provide the funding for that?
No. PTA has been very generous in asking if there is something that they could help us with. A lot of the funding for programs and things like that we had planned in the spring, we weren't able to do. So they're really looking to help us with materials. And certainly we will be posting our typical material list for families, crayons and, color pencils and things like that. But we were thinking things like a mini whiteboard that students can use with a dry erase marker to hold up to the screen if they do some sample examples, something like that. And in addition to the like a small packet of manipulatives, like I mentioned before, things that will help students to be able to all participate in a lesson from home.
And would the same be provided at the elementary level, where they're probably more needful of manipulatives as well at Shaker Lane?
So yeah, we at our task force, we have been generating lists of things that we are going to provide families with. And that ranges from, packets of work to foundations materials. We haven't gone down the road of science yet, but that would be a topic. We're really focusing on the literacy and math components that we need to generate for kids. So what math tools do they need? So we've already started a list of what packets we want to get together for our kids.
Okay. And I went ahead and looked at the school supplies lists on each of the school's sites. Many of them are still dependent upon the teacher. And if we don't have the details on the teacher, how can we prepare? I mean, even getting something simple off Amazon is taking weeks and weeks.
To be honest, just to speak for Russell Street, because it's really difficult for us because we don't know what the model is yet. Teachers may ask for different things. So those are old. I believe those are still the old supply lists that are on the site for Russell Street. You're right. It's going to be difficult for parents to perhaps get things moving forward, we're going to do our best to update those lists as soon as we know which plan we're moving forward to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Heath, are you there? Matt Heath? Move on to the next one. Achol Macam. State your name and your street, please. You're muted. Achol?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sorry for that. Oh, mute.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Achol. Yeah, 25 Newsay Road.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Your question?
Yes, I have two questions. My first question is for the test, for the, like, how many often they're going to be testing teachers and students when they're going to be going back to school those days. So we don't know how, because they're going to be going like every day, but sometimes you don't know when you can get the virus outside from school or inside, even they're going to have a mask on. But I just want to know how many often they will do the testing for the student and the staff and teacher also. That's my first question. And my second question is for the bus. So it used to be like the bus would take all the grade in the bus. So I don't know how many students are going to be attending the bus. So it used to be like more. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I know
To
it's
answer
you
your
guys
first-
could. Okay, go ahead.
No, please finish. Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah, so it used to be like more student in the bus before, like the same time in the morning. So how many, they're going to break them up? How many students going to be in the bus who need the transportation in the morning? So that's what was my required question, because I have my 5 years old, she used to be attending the bus, and one of my son going to high school. So I just want to know how many kids going to be in the bus.
So to answer your first question, unfortunately, there is no plan for proactive testing the way I think you're asking about it. And that's true across the state of Massachusetts. The school departments and school districts have not been supported in any way by the government in terms of making those types of tests available to us to use. And that's also unfortunately true just in general. So the way it's going to work in school districts is that we expect families to monitor themselves and their health, and if they're showing symptoms, and we will publish all these things so everybody's on the same page, then we would expect them to stay home until they are symptom free, or if they can get testing on their own, then they can go ahead and do that. Unfortunately, that is not the ideal situation. The model you're representing is absolutely the right way to do it, but we're just not being provided the resources necessary to be able to do it that way. And it's not just Littleton, that is across Massachusetts and frankly across the United States of America. In terms of the bus capacity, Steve Mark can weigh in if I get this wrong, but roughly speaking, only 1/3 of the bus will be full. We typically, I think it's gonna be 27 students on the buses that we have, Steve?
Yes, 27 is the number. It's
Right, which is one, go ahead.
It's every seat, but it's alternating. It's alternating within the seat, so it's a zigzag pattern going down, but it's 27.
Right. And that is a significant constraint. It's a big reduction from what we would normally be planning on the number of students we'd be carrying. That is another issue that needs to get totally addressed. And there'll be some registration and polling for us to get an idea. Some families are going to opt not to ride the bus, even if it was available for different reasons. And we're anticipating that more families than normal will opt out of busing. But we need to know exactly how many and then see how many are left. And we're going to have to see what that's going to mean for the number of buses. We typically run 7 buses, Steve, on each run. Eight buses. We may need
Eight
to
buses.
Right, we may need to increase that. Our concern is the cost, but also the availability of buses and drivers, because every district is facing the same constraint. So we have to deal with this across the board, not just Littleton, but we're all going to have to deal with this and see what that portends. And it may be something that actually causes the type of problem where all of a sudden remote or certainly in person is going to be difficult to do.
Yes, thank you. Actually, the reason I'm worried about the reason I brought up the testing, because your child going to be going to school, other kid going to school there. So you don't know if that kid already have a system, already showing up something already at home, and the parent maybe they don't know yet. So sometimes you can carry on something, but you don't know. And you'll be going to school, and then you trap the other kids, other teacher also too, and the staff member. And the spread going, and you don't know. After 1 week, 2 weeks, we already know something happened after you take the test. So if the governor want the school to be, children to go back to school, they should provide the tests for student, maybe at least every 3 weeks for student and teacher also too. Like for me, I'm a healthcare worker, I'm a nurse. So that's what we do in my work. Every 3 weeks, we have to do a test, because you might know when I go back to my home, you don't know where I went. So at least every 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they do the test. And that's the way you will know that person have virus or not. So that's why they keep, like, spread doesn't go forward, like across, like all the school over.
Totally agree.
Yes.
Yep, your points are entirely valid.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Chairman Fontanella, this is the last question. Jackie, please state your name and your street.
I'm bringing good.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Jackie.
Yep.
Oh, hi, this is Jackie Farrell. I'm at 16 Crestview Road. We do have a medically vulnerable family member in the household. Yesterday, I attended the LHS presentation of the hybrid plan alongside the other two plans, and that left me feeling really optimistic that as long as the COVID numbers in the community are reasonable, that my student, I'm very hopeful that we would feel safe with him participating nonetheless. And we might need to reassess that depending on what COVID does. But tonight, listening to the committee members, I'm feeling less hopeful. Based on the couple comments related to altering some of the safety aspects of the plans, some of the scheduling aspects of the plans, depending on who's opting in and who's opting out and what the numbers are. Mike, I understand wanting to optimize in classroom time, but the idea that it might just, the Wednesday cleaning day might just get taken away in the middle of a hybrid process. That might be, something that is, the safety thing that we're accounting on. So in most situations, I say, it's good to be agile, it's good to reassess, but to some degree, I'm looking at these plans to some extent as almost like a contract. If you tell me that certain safety precautions are going to be taken, please take them. So I just wanted to kind of give you that feedback.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I have a couple responses to that. One is that no matter what number of students we put into the building, right now we think that if we were able to do a hybrid model, we think that the maximum number of students in the building is roughly 200. So in terms of the promises, we certainly wouldn't go over 200. And we certainly wouldn't do anything without the social distancing and the mask wearing and the cleaning and all those other safety factors. Nothing that we've discussed has intimated that we would compromise on any of those. But more importantly, no decision about whether or not we do or don't do Wednesday, whether we increase the number of students. Like if we thought 200 was the right number, but we settle in at 180 or 175 because of the number of families that choose remote, if we were going to modify the way we're doing it, it wouldn't happen until there was public input, public notification, public, notice, and nothing would happen until the public had another chance to revisit with us and share with us if they think that's a good idea or not. So it won't happen without prior notice and a lot of it and a lot of discussion and a lot of presentation. It's really at this point, and I think I was pretty clear on that, I'm perfectly satisfied that if we go hybrid, the current modeling is absolutely fine with me. I'm just looking, and I think you said it right, if the COVID situation warrants an opportunity to revisit, then maybe we might. So there's a lot of ifs in there before we would even think about actually doing it. A lot of conditions would have to be met.
That's good to hear. Thank you. I appreciate it. A second point also related to safety is I would love at some point to hear a district-wide decision not to rent any of our school buildings spaces out to outside groups during the school year.
That's an interesting issue that hasn't been raised yet. I appreciate that. I think that's something that is worth considering. The only thing I would offer is that the definition of outside group, a lot of the building use is by Park and Rec or youth sports or scouts or other, you could call them outside the school day, but they're still Littleton groups. There are certainly uses of the building by definite outside groups. Indian Hill uses our auditorium. There are other groups, ballet schools that come in the spring and monopolize that space on Saturdays and Sundays in May and June. So that's a good point. Fall is usually a pretty quiet time for building use in that regard because most sports are outside. And some of the other groups aren't really programming at that time, but we will let the community know that we've evaluated that and what our determinations are about that. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you very much.
We do have one more question.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not blaming you, that person.
Should we consider this the last question?
No, that's fine. We're going. Let's go.
Okay. Rebecca Lewis, please state your name.
This is actually a question. This is Rebecca Lewis, 166 Harvard Road. It's a comment. I am taking off my parent hat for a moment and saying that I am the treasurer of the LPTA. And we have been for a long time we have a lot of money in the Parent Teacher Association and have been trying, Tim Lynn's been the president for the last couple of years. We've been trying to really encourage our schools to utilize us and make use of the funds that we have available. I just want to encourage us as we're thinking about some of the opportunities this next year and some of the things we might think about to make use of the LPTA funds. And make sure that we're really not being constrained just by budget, but also by thinking about what we can do to support our efforts here.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, for that. We will hold you to that and gladly. So,
I can concur with that.
Perfect.
Taking off my school hat and my PTA hat, yes. Reach out, all of you.
Yeah.
I've reached out to the principals and we have been in touch. Thank you, Rebecca, for bringing that up. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Important partners. Thank you very much.
Okay,
All right.
that is all.
Okay. At this point, I would like to remind the school committee and everybody listening that we have another parent survey going out tomorrow. I believe that it will be open until Wednesday. We're going to turn around the results so that they're available for discussion and debate next Thursday. We do have a new meeting scheduled for next Thursday. It wasn't on our original summer schedule, but we felt it was necessary to schedule it in order to try and reach an initial, and I stress the word initial, determination of how we think we can open the school year, whether it's full in-person, hybrid, or full remote. And we're also going to be surveying the staff as well in preparation for that discussion next Thursday. Having said that, I would like to ask the school committee to have a discussion about whether or not, based on all the plans we've heard and all the input that we've gathered so far, if we need to truly consider all three models, or if we feel that the only reasonable options to debate at the moment are the hybrid and the remote. Do we think that there's any benefit to continuing to consider in polling on a full in-person return at the beginning of the school year? Matt?
Yeah, I would agree that right now that the only viable options going forward are either hybrid or remote. That's what I would suggest. I do not feel comfortable sending my children or any other students into a full inclusion setting at this point, and I will listen to what other school committee members have to say.
All right, Timlin?
Yeah, I have to agree with Matt. I don't think going back full, I don't know if I'd feel comfortable as a parent sending my two back to the high school and the middle school full, and even putting teachers into that situation and the staff into that situation. So I just think hybrid and remote should be the only two that we debate.
Justin or Brad? Justin?
Sure. Yeah, I think we can take full in person off the table. I do want to recognize, though, that there are probably some members of our community that desire full in person for, special needs situations, social emotional situations, or financial reasons, and we heard a couple of those tonight. But I think as a community, we're probably not ready to fill the classrooms again. I think we're probably better off at least trying to aim for some sort of hybrid and then reassess as the data continues to roll out, and potentially we can get more than 2 days a week in the classroom. So sort of adjusting from a hybrid potentially to like a hybrid plus if the data continues to be favorable.
Okay. I'd like to, the way you phrased it, Justin, I just want to make sure I reiterate. We're talking about taking off full in-person for all students from day one. There might be a circumstance, and we've debated this or heard the possibility quite often, that there are students that may be in the building 4 days, depending on circumstances, special needs, family situations, etc. So we're not talking about not doing that. We're talking about a full in-person for all students every day, like almost a normal school day, with distancing and mask wearing is what we're debating at the moment. So, Brad?
I get that. I just, to reiterate, I think there probably are some families in a community that want all 5 days.
Yes, I agree. And your point's valid. Yep. Even if they don't meet those criteria, they feel comfortable doing that and they want to do that. I get that. Yep.
I agree with my colleagues. I think that there will be some. I don't think there's, my sense from my very full email box is there's not a lot of momentum for the full day in person. And I really think that we as a school committee are going to need the guidance. If it's really going to be a kind of binary decision between remote or hybrid, then I'd like to get clear information about the community's preference between those two. And so I'm okay taking that one off the survey that goes out tomorrow.
I'm fine with that. That was the way I was leaning. It's an easier decision now, obviously. I do agree with Justin. I think there are people in the community that are going to be disappointed by this, but I still think it's the right thing to do. And I will stress that doesn't mean that it's off the table for the entire school year. It is part of our planning. It will continue to be part of our planning. It's just the potential implementation won't be that first day in September, and probably won't be, anytime soon after that. I think Justin's right. I think any opportunity would be to ease into a larger grouping of students rather than going whole hog. Even if we decide to start with the hybrid, I don't see us just cutting loose and letting everybody in all in one day. And that's even in the most optimistic of scenarios that may not ever be realized until there's a vaccine and or significant availability of quick turnaround testing. Given that, Dr. Clench, do you have any comments about that or input?
I agree 100%. I just don't feel that even entertaining a full in-person return is viable at this point in time. I'm 100% with everybody in terms of still considering the hybrid and remote models as we move forward.
All right. Given that, I think that will inform you about how you want to put together the survey. But we would like it to get out tomorrow. It is going to be a reasonable window. It's not a small window, but it will be a quick turnaround to let it be online until Wednesday and then have it available for us to discuss on Thursday.
Mike, I just
Tim,
have a question that I don't know, I might be jumping ahead. When we send this survey out, do we have a threshold where we're gonna say, like, if 75% of the parents don't want to send their kids and they want them remote, are we just not going to debate and go by what the majority wants, or are we still gonna, do we know?
I think that would be part of the discussion, right? I think if that happens, I think that informs our in a big way, our discussion next Thursday.
Okay, all right.
But
I thought I might be jumping ahead, but it just kind of popped into my head, so.
Yeah. No, I mean, I hope everybody understands that next Thursday, there will be a full and robust discussion of both of the models that we've left on the table and the pros and cons of each and the risks and benefits and the costs and benefits of both before we make any kind of decision. I know I haven't made up my mind, and I want to see the survey results. I also want to do a significant analysis of the health situation in Littleton, Middlesex County, Massachusetts, and New England, because I think that's going to inform the decision quite a bit, and I think it'll help the community understand where we might be coming from, whether we decide remote or hybrid based on that type of data. I think they expect that, and I think we owe it to them. And I know every conversation we've had between the five of us, we haven't been together long, but we've been together fairly often already. That's the way it's going to go. So
I had a quick question about the survey.
Yep.
So the last time the survey was presented, one of the early questions was at which school will your child be attending? I was wondering if we can break the survey results out and study the survey results for each school independently, using that first question as a breakout, because that way we could drill down on the participation between remote and hybrid within each building.
Beth Steele, I think you usually lead out on that type of analysis. Is that something you think you would be willing to do for us?
Yes, absolutely. We can do that based on the survey.
All right. Awesome. Good question, Justin. I think that'll help. All
I
right.
could have another question.
Yep. Oh, we do. Yeah.
Kasmari, state your name, please, and your street.
Yeah, my name is Kameshwari Shri Adibatla. So we live in 26 Grey Farm Road. Sorry, I joined in late. Has there been any decision made on the start of the school date?
Yes, we modified the calendar. Students will be starting school on Wednesday, September 16th.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right. I think we have had a excellent discussion. I really appreciate the number of attendees and the questions that were posed to us. I think it was a good meeting, and we had multiple opportunities for input from the public. I'm happy about that. Look forward to next week. At the moment, we just have to quickly run through. Actually, I'll offer it one more time. I did offer that if anybody had any questions that were not related to our modeling and reopening in September, I want to honor that promise. Is there anybody who has a question that they haven't asked that's not, it can be related to that, but especially if it's not related to that stuff? No is a good answer. All right, good. All right, thank you. We do have subcommittee reports. I don't know that we truly have anything to report. PMBC, Timlin, anything going on?
Nope, we haven't had a meeting.
Okay. Budget subcommittee, Matt?
Nothing right now.
Okay, and policy subcommittee, Brad or Timlin? No, good, that's fine. As we stated earlier, we're typically not this active in the summer, and we need the administration to be busy with other things, so that's fine. Is there any other business that the school committee would like to discuss this evening?
Were we going to have an executive session?
I'm not planning on it, no.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Yeah, no, not at the moment. I will remind everybody that we are scheduled to meet again next Thursday. It's a new meeting. It's just got added to the schedule this week, but we'll all be there and looking forward to it. All right. Dorothy?
Another question just came on. Would you like to
Oh,
answer?
all right. Let's have it.
Crystal Dion, your name and your street, please.
Yep, Crystal Dion, 70 Harvard Road. I was kind of holding off asking this question, but it's really kind of getting to me. I've already paid for my children to take the bus. I do not want my children to take the bus. So I guess one part of that is if there is a possible way to get a refund on that. But then my other concern is for one child, he definitely would not be taking the bus at this point. But my younger one, if there was ever a situation I was in where her ride that I would set up for her couldn't get to her and I needed her to take the bus, how is that type of situation going to be handled? Because I feel like the buses have to be set up a certain way with assigned seating and, you know, what if there isn't room for her in an emergency situation where I need her to take the bus home?
Crystal will refund anybody who signed up for the bus, assuming that it was going to be operations as normal. So anybody that wants to facilitate that just needs to get in contact with the superintendent's office, the business manager, Steve Mark, and that will get taken care of. In terms of your
Just send me an email.
Okay, great.
And then in terms of your question about how we would handle something like that, we really haven't gotten our arms around busing yet the way we would like. So I would ask for some patience while we address that. And we will get that question answered along with all the other questions relative to how busing is going to conceivably work if we go into a situation where we are bringing students to the buildings. It may be a moot point, at least for the beginning of the school year. But we will address it as part of our planning, even if we don't expect to go back in person right away. And when we do, we'll make sure that that gets considered and addressed and communicated.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Yep.
Another question? Rebecca Lewis, your question, please.
Sorry, that brought up something. I just want to ask, when you do the survey, that you be very specific about when people are maybe leaning towards something versus very clear on something. So, for example, my student just entered, one of my children just entered middle school. I did not sign him up for bus service because it's first time and I wasn't planning to send him back. So you might just want to ask, like, very specifically, are you not going to send your child on the bus? Are you not going to send your child to school in the survey? Versus some of the questions were, I think in the past, were kind of like, are you leaning towards?
So that's a good point. What I would actually expect is that those things aren't specifically addressed by the survey. There will be registration if we decide that we're going to provide busing and some type of in-person attendance via a hybrid model. There will be registration that will happen after that decision is made, after the survey is provided, so that we can get very clear distinctions and everybody understands what the, what the deal is and how it's going to work, opt-outs, all that kind of stuff will have to get communicated before we can feel confident that we're letting people make a solid decision.
That's perfect, Mike. Thank you. That's great.
No problem. Yep. I don't think we've communicated that, so I appreciate the question. I don't think we got that far down the road yet, but that was definitely how it will happen. Right, Dr. Clenchey?
That's correct.
Another question from Andrea Mashad.
This is my last one. I know you guys must be tired. It's Andrea Mashad, 3 Laura Street. I guess this goes to high school. How will high school sports be run? Are they going to run this fall? And I'm just thinking about practices. If Group A is going on Mondays, but Group B is going on Fridays, but they're all playing the same sport, how does practice take place?
So the MIAA has come to no definitive. They've given us no direction whatsoever what they're planning, except to say that no practices or athletic activities will happen prior to September 14th. That's the only guidance we've gotten. I did see a proposed plan by the Mid-Wachusett League, which is the league that Littleton plays in, that was kind of interesting. It's preliminary, but what they were advocating for was 5 seasons, mini seasons, with each sport being part of one of those seasons. It would be league-based, no statewide competitions. You would play in a pot of teams. You wouldn't even play all your league opponents. But even that it looked kind of cool on paper, but it's just a proposal that's being floated around, no definitive action. So that is something that I know is going to be important to a lot of families, but we have zero information on that at the moment, unfortunately, other than to say it's not happening until at least September 14th.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That is all.
All right, quickly, somebody motion to adjourn. Hurry.
Can't be me.
Matt,
I
it's
make
gotta be
a
somebody
motion to
unmuted.
adjourn.
And I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Do I have any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call a roll call vote. Matt?
Ed Hunt, yes.
Timlin?
Timlin Raskus, yes.
Justin McCarthy?
Justin McCarthy, yes.
Brad?
Brad Austin, yes.
And Mike Fontella votes yes as well. Thank you, Dorothy, and thank you, LCTV. And we'll
Thank you,
see everybody next
Dorothy.
week on Thursday. Thank you.
See you Thursday.